think today we're gonna make the model move properly. So, if you saw the previous stream, finally got the model rendering properly with masks and everything else the way it's supposed to. Looks the same as the model I'm using right now in VTube Studio. And so next up is making it move. I did some stuff off stream. One really cool thing I'll show you. Actually, I'll show you that one later. Actually, yeah, what the hell? I'll show you after. But I worked on fixing the this little startup issue we had. That was really annoying. I had to wait a long time every time I tested a change. So that is fixed. And yeah, so now we just have to work on the motion stuff. So I'm really excited about that. There we go, reset the position. It was messed up. All right, let me say hi to everyone. My back is a little bit off still. I was last stream on Thursday. I think I like hurt my back leaning over to take care of our fish or something. And it was getting better, and then I did something silly, and then it got worse. And so now I'm like trying to be careful with my posture again to make sure it doesn't get worse. Ooh, okay. So I might do some of the stream standing up. And how many plans for UI toggles? No. So okay, this is a implementation of the file format and the reference renderer. I am not writing a VTubing application. This is a component that would be used by a VTubing application. So actually, I might know someone that is working on that. So yeah, look forward to that. I have a plan. But you'll see what the plan is. So all right, let me say hi. Hello, Real Churno. Hello, Wolfboy. Hello, Pragmatic Ledusian. Hello, Hookday. Hello, Sai. Hello, Yusuf Can. Hello, Awade. Hello, Jeff. Hello, and Tibble Wormies. Hello, is everyone? Hello, Access3. Hello. All right, let's see how things go today. Let me just clean up my windows a little bit. Make sure we're good. And I'll show you a couple things I did that are kind of cool. Alright, let's go. Let me just check something here. Let's close some windows, some silly things. I think we're probably good. Yeah, we're good. Live2D has tracking down separate software. Yeah, there's separate software. Live2D, well, Live2D have their own software that is done for tracking, called Nizima. I've never used it. But what everyone uses is VTube Studio. And so that's separate software. In fact, what I am going to do is use VTube Studio for tracking. So my plan today is actually, I'm just going to run my model in VTube Studio, and VTube Studio has an API where you can get the parameter info. And that includes physics parameters, which means I can let VTube Studio run the physics engine, which I haven't implemented yet, and just get the output of the physics engine and feed it into my render. And I should get exactly the same output once I figure out the parameter support. So that means I can get the physics and everything before there's a physics engine running, which is important because some parameters, like some models like this one, use physics not just for physics, but also as a fundamental part of how the motion is mapped. So there's like the motion runs through physics before going into the model, which means without physics, some motion parameters just don't work at all. So so yeah, that's important, which means doing it this way makes it much easier for me to test that it looks exactly the same as VTube Studio before going on to worry about the physics. So we actually did that last time. I have a little script that dumps the VTube Studio tracking on standard output, so we're just going to use that as a test. Okay, I think we can go. So I'm going to show you something really cool. So one really cool thing about the WGPU stuff that I've been using is that it actually also runs on the web. You can do web builds. And I tried it out just for fun. I tweeted it. I don't know if you guys saw it, but look, with just a few lines of code and some very minor changes, it runs on the web, just like that. Isn't that cool? and you can see the standard output in the dev console. That's so easy. That's actually really impressive. This is WebGL. This isn't even Web GPU. This is actually lowering the modern Web GPU API down into like old school OpenGL and WebGL, and it all works. It's really cool. And Live2D also have a web SDK, so this also fixes that. Is that using unscripted? No, this is using Rust. Rust has a WebASM target that works natively. There is no scripting because this is all native Rust code. As far as I know, anyway. How big is the WASM bundle size? Good question. The WASM bundle size is 15 megabytes. That does not include the model. I added some code to load the model from the web. So actually, it's if you go into DevTools and go into Network, you will see that it actually pulls the model with web requests. That was the only part of the code I had to add. That and requesting a bigger texture size. Yeah, this is actually running really nicely. The only thing that is that WASM does not support threading the native Rust way. So I actually made model load much faster natively. That's the other thing I did. So if you can see here, actually, in the console, it's probably going to spend most of its time loading the textures. The texture decoding is the actually wait, no, it's texture decoding is the slowest part of loading the model right now. That actually could be done much faster, I think, natively on the web if you just use like a canvas to draw the PNGs. So that's probably a better way to do it anyway. But right now that's the bottleneck. You can also use web workers to get threads, but it's a separate thing to Rust threads, so you can't just use Rust threads. There's no API yet for WASM use. No, there's no API. I mean, there's no API exposed to WASM. This is just a test app wrapped as WASM. Eventually, once this is actually a component you can use on a website, there would be an API, but right now there isn't. Your target wasn't so that the final can be as a browser source. No, but that would definitely be something that could be done. The thing is that I expect this to be integrated into an app, and that app to run standalone. The thing about a browser source is that well, first of all, it's not as efficient as native stuff anyway, and second, you need something to control it, right? So if you use a browser source, it's like, how do you control the app? Is kind of an issue because you still need to run the app somewhere outside of OBS if you want to use a browser source to have a server that can then feed the data into the browser. Because you need to do some native stuff that is not available to browsers, like receive the tracking data. And if you're doing that, you might as well just render outside and use, Spout or something. So although that might have some cool use cases where you might want to use this in a browser source, that is not the primary thing I'm going for. It's so nice to do something like ESD4 textures. Yeah, that's another story. Right now, this is hard-coded to use PNG, but obviously there's no reason to require that. The textures are just textures. You could encode them into some format. So yeah, the browser source is it's interactive, but you can only interact with it by opening like an interaction window, which is really silly. It can talk to the OBS API though, so you can still communicate with some in some ways. But yeah, it's kind of awkward, and most people building a VTubing product wouldn't want it to be literally tied to VTube Studio. Like there are other ways you might want to use it. Sorry, onto OBS. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that's quite the best plan. But this is useful if you want to run a website or a web game or something like that. People do use Live2D in this way, and it's really cool that it just works. And again, it's because I did no work for this. The only thing I had to do is, first of all, this lib already there's a bunch of scaffolding you do need for WASM. This was already here because I copied and pasted this from a demo web GPU app that has that. So all this event loop stuff is, this is all web stuff, but this was already there. I just copied and pasted this from the demos. And then the only thing I actually had to add is this code at the top that does the web request fetching. It's a little messy, and it's hard-coded, but this replaces the command line texture loading in the non-WASM version. And then the only other thing I had to add is this, because by default in the WASM build, you get a very low texture size, only 2K. So I'm requesting 8K here. This model only needs 4K. The right way to do this would be to actually check the limits of the GPU and request the max or something. And yes, I'm talking about the compression of PNGs. That's the bottleneck here. But PNGs are convenient for, VTuber models that people use because, they're easy to edit, and it's annoying to have like exporting in a format, that is like a texture format and stuff like that. It's not really like a game. So even though it would be nice to support that as an option, I don't think most people are going to use it. Okay, so yeah, it was that. On desktop though, if we go back here and kill the trunk surf. And by the way, auto reloads and everything. The tooling is really great. Like you just run trunk surf, and it just works. And the index HTML is this. This is the entire HTML file. That's all you need. Oh, this is leftover. So it's really cool. I've never wasn't with Rust before, but it's really cool. That is so easy. So the other thing I said is I fixed the loading. First of all, I'm using a thing called Rayon. So Rayon is a multi-threading library for Rust, and it literally just lets me replace iter with par iter, and this runs the texture decoding, the PNG decoding in parallel on multiple threads, which makes it 3 times faster for this model. And the other thing is our biggest bottleneck before, if you might remember, was actually the alpha pre-multiplication for the PNG, because that was being done on the CPU, and it was done in Rust code. It wasn't StimD or anything. So now I wrote the pre-multiplying pipeline for the GPU, which is actually really easy, because the GPU can pre-multiply in the blending, in the Blender. Like, you literally do not need a shader for this. You don't even need to sample a texture. All you need to do is map the texture to be pre-multiplied as a frame buffer, and then render a flat triangle covering the entire viewport, which is all there is here. This is just generating a triangle, so you don't even need to create a vertex buffer. And the fragment shader is just no up. It just returns zeros. And the way you pre-multiply is just you set the blend mode to source factor 0, this factor destination alpha, which means it's going to multiply the destination color by the destination alpha, which is what pre-multiplying is. And because this is an sRGB texture, it's going to do the entire decode sRGB, pre-multiply, encode sRGB thing that we were doing on the CPU annually. So it's, it's actually really easy to pre-multiply on GPU. And it fits in 1 page of code, really, which is really nice for, actually, more like 2 pages. So yeah, you just create the render pipeline, tell it to do that, and then create a texture view, trivial render pass, and draw 1 triangle, and that's it. So that makes it way faster, as you will see. We do that, and we run it. See, super fast. Let's do it again. See, it's less than a second to load everything now. So much nicer than the 5 seconds or whatever it took before, or 10 seconds. And yes, you could use the browser to load PNG. I think I mentioned that before. I think that would be the obvious way on browsers. So another thing I did, which is looking forward to today, is that where was this thing? I thought I had a file for this in it. Oh, here it is, deformer.rs. So the core of everything we're going to do with vertices in the actual parameters, the core sort of tight loop of it, the part that is going to use the most GPU, is basically blending multiple vertex buffers together with a series of weights. Everything we do with the parameters is going to boil down to preparing a series of buffers and weights and blending them into one destination float buffer. That's the primitive, right? So ignoring all the actual Live2D stuff that goes around it, at the end of the day, the actual data that has to be processed is merged down a bunch of float buffers into one combined buffer. And so I wanted to see how I could optimize that in Rust. And the thing with Rust is there's no official SIMD library yet that is stable. There are some crates that are stable, but I wanted to see, what the best way to do this. And I did a couple tests, and I managed to get the auto-vectorizer to auto-vectorize this in Rust. It's a little awkward because the auto-vectorizer has no idea how to auto-vectorize an entire step through these sources, because you have to go through, basically, if you iterate for every float and then add up all the sources times weights equals destinations. Rust does not know how to apply the bounds check tests, and so it doesn't know how to auto-vectorize that. However, if you split it up into groups, like say in this case, I found that 64 is a good number. 64 floats, which is actually 32 vertices because that's x and y. It's just flattened here. If you divide it into strides, and we say for every 64 vertices, we iterate through all the sources and then do those 64 bytes. And so if we do it in fully safe code, what you do is, if you do it this way, if you take that slice in this pattern and then just do a standard, multiplication loop like this, it will auto-vectorize this. This is an unsigned version that avoids this one bounce check. I don't know how much faster it is. Obviously, this is very trivial to prove to not be actually a safety issue. But I just left it in here as a sort of compile time test so we can compare the performance. And I might try doing this with other SIMD libraries and see how it compares. Now, I tested this in the playground, in the Godbolt Rust playground. This does, sorry, have a throat cough drop. This auto-vectorizes on x86, ARM, and WebAssembly, as long as you enable the SIMD option in the WebAssembly build. And with 32, for some reason, it only auto-vectorizes on x86 and not on Arch and on ARM and on WebAssembly. I don't know why. But I was looking through meshes that we have in real models, and in most of the complicated meshes are more than 32 vertices. So I don't think this is going to be too bad. And yeah, standard SIMD is the thing, but it's experimental, subject to change, and more importantly, not available on stable Rust. So I don't want to use anything that's not available on stable Rust, because if you use anything that's not available on stable Rust, nobody can use your code with stable Rust. So you can't realistically depend on unstable features for public Rust code. It just annoys the hell out of people. So yeah. So there's this code, and we might try to do one using SIMD libraries to compare to see if it's worth doing or not. But for now, I know that this does compile to SIMD, so it should be good enough. That we don't have terrible performance. And yeah, that's really just it. So, do you consider the vector calculus on the GPU? No, that is my plan. I actually plan to implement this on the GPU also. This will eventually be a compute shader. However, compute shaders are not supported on WebGL, so the WebGL non-web GPU web build would not be able to use them. And also, I want people who just use this library outside of render. This is a deformer library, right? So there's two components. The renderer could implement a compute shader to, or even the deformer can implement a WGPU support to defer this calculation to a compute shader, but then you would have to actually integrate it somehow into your pipeline. So I want to have a CPU version first before we move on to optimizing on the GPU. But yes, I am considering it. It will definitely happen. Is this something that Live2D does not do? By the way, they do everything on the CPU, and that's one thing I want to do better. But yes, I mean we need a baseline for CPU, and we also need the actual code needs to exist on CPU because so the way the rendering works is that you deform every deformer by its parents, and you deform the art meshes by their parent deformer. I don't think it is worth doing everything on the GPU. I think the only thing that is worth doing is the final art mesh deforms on the GPU. So you still need this code to do the chain of deformations and deformers on the CPU, and then you would do the final step on the GPU. And it's actually 3 steps. First, you would compute the base art mesh forms by blending the art mesh forms into the final one. Then you would deform it with the parent deformer transform, which is a different set of code. And then you apply glue, which we don't have implemented yet. So those 3 steps can be done on the GPU. But everything before that should be CPU, and that does include some blending like this. Okay. Yeah, auto-vectorization can be a bit of dark magic because, you know, it's hard to know when it's actually doing something. But in this case, I think this is a nice thing to start with. And it's nice and straightforward. You know, it's a little bit weird, but it's like it doesn't have any dependencies, and I know it vectorizes on x86, AR64, and ARM. And for any texture that is more than 32 vertices, it should be a significant speed up. And I checked the code; it does do a bunch of things in parallel. It's you know, it's reasonable. It's using a lot of registers and doing, you know, it's with 16-byte, 128-bit SIMD. This is doing 4 of those in parallel. So sorry, no, more of that. It's just doing, it's 4. So 16 of those. It's doing, it could do up to 16 vectors in parallel. So yeah, it's not bad. Rust doesn't have aliasing, does it? No, it does not. And that is one reason why auto-vectorization works quite well in Rust. It's just that this pattern where we are multiplying a non-constant set of sources by weights into a destination, that it is not great for. I could have done it the other way around. If I had iterated through each source, multiplied it by its weight, and accumulated it into a destination, that would definitely work and auto-vectorize. However, that means loading and storing the entire destination buffer for every source, which I'm pretty sure is going to be slower just because it's going to hit the cache so much. So what we're doing here is making sure that we only store the actual source, the actual destination to memory once, even though this code is technically loading and storing from a single memory location. Because Rust doesn't have aliasing, it knows how to auto-vectorize this and not worry about it. So in C, you would have to achieve this auto-vectorization in C, you would have to mark it as like no alias or whatever it was. There was a restrict or whatever it is to tell it that there is no aliasing. If you were to write this naively in C, the compiler would not be able to auto-vectorize it. So, it's time to start working on parameters. So let's look back on our to-do. And so we need to do parameters, we need to do blend parameters. The extrapolation would be nice to do to compare to what VTube Studio does. And then we need to implement parts and glue, parts, which is really easy, just adding some loops. Glue is going to be interesting. This model needs glue. So actually, I'm going to move glue. We do order of implementation. I'm going to move that after blend parameters because we're going to need glue for some things in this model to work properly. Okay, I think we can pretty much get started. Let me make sure my posture is right. My back doesn't kill me too much today. Can I adjust the... Maybe I should put some back support in this chair. Okay. Oh yeah, and the art mesh pinning too. So we need... I've been talking about that with someone. I want to do some optimizations. Okay, it's a long story. Let's not get into it. But basically, for pinning, I think it makes sense to compute these transforms when you click, right? So I have ideas where we can compute cheaply the worst case bounding box for an art mesh on the CPU, and then you could just click and see, okay, which ones it could potentially hit, and then only compute those. And it can be done recursively, like... Actually, no, it's a little weird. Yeah, maybe not. But anyway, yeah, there are ways to optimize that. I basically don't want to do that on the CPU all the time, only when necessary. Pinning is when you take another object. Oh god, I'm leaking stuff again. I'm a bad person. Ignore that. I need to stop doing that. Where is this? Hold on. Streaming assets, Live2D models. This is what I get for working on things. Actually, is that even... I don't even know why that happened, because it's not even in here. I'm really confused now. That model is not actually here. Oh, it's because... No, it wasn't... I'm confused. How did that happen? That model wasn't even loaded. I think I deleted the link and then stopped BTS because I'm a really silly person. Okay, yeah, I think it's gone. Okay. Anyway. There's a funny story there. I can probably tell it later. Let's just say that model had a glitch and instead of waiting for the rigger to fix it, I just fixed it myself in the in the Mach 3 with a hack, which I'm gonna close now. Anyway. So, yeah, I probably should be closing some files here before I show too many things. Hold on. I think everything else is okay. Probably. Yeah. Anyway. So, yes, parameters. So for parameters, I think the first step is going to be, well, we need to expose them. We need to show them in the model here in core. So we're going to need a parameter collection. Let's look at our classes. So there's a little bit of a somewhat confusing stuff we need to do here. The parameters have a thing called parameter maps, and those are actually the thing that links parameters and things together. So I could sort of reverse that in the model and expose it differently, but I think it makes sense to just expose it the same way. Pinning only one coordinate. Yeah, I don't know how it works in Vita Studio, but I'm sure it can be done better. So, okay, let's do, let's have, so we have the art meshes, the draw items, that one needs to change later. And now we need the parameter maps. Param maps. Which we do have here. And the parameters. So keeping things in the same order, we have part, deformer, art mesh, and then param. And that is all we need for regular parameters. For blend parameters, we need some extra stuff. Okay, so now in the model, we need to map out parameters. So those go after the forms. I just like to keep these in the same order. Yeah, before the forms. Param view. Form trade. What? I spare you have a form. That doesn't make any sense. I haven't declared that yet here, so we need to do that. I think this is confused. So for art mesh, we have param, and this would have this information here. So we need an ID. We need a min and a max. X default. Repeat is a bool. And then snap type is a undocumented feature. So I think we can take these from snap type. And this unknown 2 is unknown, so I think you could just remove it for now, so it'll fail if it ever gets to that. Does it? No, it should be fine. And snap type is a param snap type. Then we have a set of maps. So that's the same as we do for art mesh. And then we need a set of key points. This is a new feature that was added with the blend shape stuff, but it's like a reference set of key points. That would return. That's actually a vector of F32s. But because of the way this is done, we don't actually have that. Do we have that vector? We do, because this is a primitive. Yeah, we can cast that. So we should be able to return it as that. And then we have the blend shape stuff, which we don't have yet. So the only interesting thing is that if it is a blend shape, we would not have param maps. We would have blend shape param maps. So actually, it would make sense for this to be a not a param map, but actually a an enum for a different parameter type. And I guess it should be an option because this might not exist in older files. So I should have an enum and do something similar to what I did for deformers. I guess there should be an enum for the parameter type. It's like blend shape or non-blend shape. But actually, I guess there's nothing that really stops a parameter from doing both blend shape and non-blend shape. Like, Cubism doesn't support it, but I don't actually think the object model, as far as the render is concerned, even cares. You could have the same parameter be both blend shape and not. Just with essentially, it's only the maps that are different. So let's not hardcode that into the API because it doesn't make sense. So in that case, we're just going to keep it as separate. Blend pair maps, and we don't have that. So yes, let's just keep it as a bool then. Because I don't want to sort of hardcode in the API the idea that a parameter is only one or the other very harshly, just in case. And then yeah, we'll do the blend pair maps later once we have those. And this could be implemented. For example, you could have a model where the parameter maps are all the same. Blend pair maps are actually the same as pair maps with just an extra default value. So nothing stops you from, for example, implementing the pair maps and the blend pair maps as, for example, you could just implement blend pair maps with everything and not implement pair maps, and then the renderer would still do the right thing. Yeah. I think we can document that later, like what the expectations are. I was actually thinking the renderer only needs the default, I think, for blending. Yeah. Anyway, we need to for blend maps, we need to figure some stuff out before implementing them. So now we have this param, and we need to implement these things in the model, and these are all wrong. So let's grab ID by value. Min is the F32. Max default. Why is my throat always bad on streams? Repeat. Snap type is actually essentially by value, so it should work. And then we need the pair maps, which is a special we already have. And key points that's gonna be a special function. Key points slice. Oh, I do have the slice. Excellent. So I think because we don't load that, I could just check the version because before v4.2 it doesn't have key points. And I don't know if this is. Yeah, I guess I don't actually know. I can just check for 0, I guess. Item into trade that. What? Sorry, core parent. That's what was wrong there. Sorry, I'm done. And this probably needs a cast. I'm not sure, probably. And it is blend shape is just by value of blend shape. Did I have a by value with a name? I don't remember if I had that. I think I need to add that. And this doesn't need the paste in there. Expected items. Is it because special is here? No. Oh, I am oh my gosh, I'm already blind today. Okay, fine. Oh, and parent maps is actually maps apparently. I should probably rename that just so it doesn't need to be. Yeah. Because it's... Oh, no, wait. This is multiple parent maps? Hold on. Oh, because this parent map set, it's different. Sorry. Yeah, this needs a separate implementation because it's not the same as what we have for the other things. So if we go to model, where we have parameter, needs a different implementation. What this actually needs is it's just a slice. Oh, actually, we might have that. We had the item ref. No, we didn't. Special child collection. Did I ever use that? I didn't. It's basically child collection. So child collection is item type F. Okay. I don't know if that's gonna work, but we're gonna try it. Parent map view as the ref target parent map. Hold on. It needs parent map view. Yes. And then what are we missing here? Parent maps, parents. Now we have parents. And I think that's all we need for now. Let's see if it builds. Hiding enough highlighted. Oh, this needs parent map view. I think it wants that. I can just put that into child collection. Child collection. It's unhappy? What? I guess it... Okay, whatever. Let's just put it in the call then. Yeah, I used that for item ref anyway, so... Okay, let's see if that builds. Except I need to fix that. Okay, so we didn't break the build, that's good. And now in, where are we? In the former, this needs to be that so it doesn't complain. Okay, so now we can expose the params, which is important because we need to be able to drive them. So the driver needs some kind of like param list. And we also want to keep a map from param names to param UIDs. Because params are indexed by UID, but we need a map from the names, and that's going to be used all over the place. The driver should keep track of that. So let's do that. Where are we? Here in driver, we have driven model, driver model. Not driven model, sorry. When we get a driver, that has to just be here. And then we also need a parent state, which is the other way around. But that will map to parent state. And then we also need a parent map state, because that's actually going to hold the information for a parameter map that gets applied to deformers. So we need to declare those. Let's go with parent state. And the parameter state really just has a value. I don't think we need anything else for parameter state. Just the value and the boolean indicating whether it has changed. Parent map state is essentially the same thing. It just has the value, but this one, besides the value, which we might not actually need, what we really need for parent map state is valid bool, because there's the concept where a parameter might have an out of range value, and and if another data type could do it could just be an option or something like that. But you know, I mean, it's not bad to just use this kind of same pattern here. Is it the best thing to have HMaps like to do that? Okay, so I actually want to replace these HMaps with just Vex for the case of Mach 3 models, because the UIDs are all sequential. However, if this is an editor, they might not be. So I want to have the base case be UIDs, and then later I will optimize them. I'll do some kind of generic voodoo to make this work with not UIDs. Sorry, with not hash maps. But honestly, hash maps are fast, and like this is gonna be fine. So you need to have a value, and then we actually need to have a an int part, which I guess use size because we're gonna index into stuff, and the fractional part. So, what we do with parent map state is that essentially the parameter map has a set of key points, and so we look up which key point we are at, and we divide it into the index, given the key point, use size, and frac is how far into the next key point we are, and that is then how you actually index the forms. So we might not even need to keep value here. This might be useful for blend parameter shenanigans, but we'll see about that later. So let's implement the state stuff. So for parameter map state, we might not really need to keep the value, to be honest. I think everything is going to use a key pointer frac, so we can just drop that. And so to get that, we need to have a model. I'm going to end up passing the model to a bunch of these things, but I'm actually going to refactor this code, because right now it's a single file and it's kind of messy. I want to split it up into multiple files. Oh, but then I need if I use oh yeah, I don't want to get a t in here. Nah. Oh, you know what? That's fine, because this is only for setting the value. So what we would do is we have the model, and we would do model dot param maps dot get, and but we need the UID for this to work. Yeah, because this doesn't store the UID itself. Okay, let's just do this in the driver, or maybe not. Yeah, because I need to UID. Yeah, okay, let's not do it here. Let's just have this here in like a set param or something like that. Calcrot, calcorp, calcdeformer. Set param, and we will just take a UID, and we will do a set param by name. Do I want a result here? It's just result that. I think it would be a bool at this point if it doesn't exist. I don't know. Is there like a Boolean result type? I guess that there isn't. Yeah, I guess it'd be like a... Am I using anyhow here? I think I'm using anyhow. No, I'm not. Yeah, I don't have any error types yet. I guess I should have a result bool error. Yes, but what error is the... No, not bool, because this only like no parameter doesn't exist, the only error. So it's like result you know, nothing, and then like there's only one error really. That's the issue, is there's only one error. So the only possible error is parameter does not exist. I guess there are two possible errors. You can have out of range value, but I think for out of range we're just gonna clamp it. Because that's what most users expect. Yeah, I mean, I used this error for this parse stuff, but for the driver, the thing is like there is only one error. So I guess an enum with not one value, I guess. So set param is self dot get name, and then it is I think it's error. No, what is it? And you can burn an option into an error. There's a thing. It's okay or, right? Yeah, okay. And I actually want okay or with a I actually want a function which is okay or else. I guess I'm gonna copy that string all the time. Is it a string? And I have a compiler error somewhere because it doesn't even form the state. Did I forget something here? Oh yeah, it's gonna copy and paste. Okay. ToString. And then there. So set param UID value. And then I guess I need like an update params and update params by name just to make it easy to pass in collections. Import from option D. Yeah. I guess I could just use question mark. But that's fine though. This is gonna work. So set param. Has the self.param get UID. The UID could be invalid though. So in that case, let's get mod UID and okay or else. And then we want to just update that param map. So we would do, where was I with that stuff? Basically self dot, yeah, we want to get the this is the param state. And let p equals, oh wait, but we don't have the model referenced in the driver. Yeah. That's fine. We can just update the params within when we do the drive. So we're just gonna get the param state here and just update it. Which means I guess we clamp them later. We don't clamp them in set param. So we just say st dot clean equals false and st dot value equals value, and we deal with everything else in drive. So then first of all, I need to actually load the model. When we do the yes, param calc rot, calc corp, calc deformer, drive takes the model. Yeah, so we're gonna need to take the model in new to actually get the parameters loaded. And then I guess we're gonna need like a update model thing or something like that to clear out the parameters. Actually no, I think what I decided for this one is that if you change any parameters, you have to just recreate the driver. So this is param. And param names and param map. Param is actually, it's going to automatically get default for everything, so we don't need those. We can just use default for all of those. Yeah, I called it lookup, right? Yeah, lookup is the one that automatically inserts the default. So actually, this could potentially... Now, we want to use get, though, because we want to check that if it exists. So for this one, we use get, but for other stuff, we use lookup. Oh, yeah, but then that means that you can't set up param until you do the first drive, which is a bit annoying. So, yeah, let's pre-create all these things here. We need that. Which means we need param UIDs and param maps, though, can be empty because we do that during the drive. Default dot. There was some reason why I wasn't doing that, and I forgot. Oh yeah, it doesn't work. That doesn't work because of the generic parameter. It's something weird with the drive default. I would have to like drive default doesn't work for that, and I don't feel like implementing it manually. I tried that. It doesn't work. So we just insert default states, but that way we at least have these params. And now what's going wrong here? Hash map, TSML UID, hash map. Oh, did I do that wrong? Oh, you need string. Yeah, okay, so that needs to be string. And param maps. Did I note that? That param map. Okay, yeah. No S on that. Okay, good. So now we have, we know all the params. And we need a function to actually get them. So that's easy enough. But that would need the model. What else are we gonna need the model for? We're not necessarily gonna need the model for much. And I'm trying to avoid the driver having a reference to the model. Maybe it should have one, but... like, I'm kind of trying to, you know, avoid having to use like an arc or something like that here, or keeping the lifetime around. I guess since the caller has the model, they can just look up the parameters directly in the model. It doesn't make sense to really expose that in the driver much. I probably am going to create a new class later anyway that like encapsulates the entire thing, and you just give it like a JSON and it gives you like a high-level API, but that wouldn't be the driver in that case. So yeah, let's just keep it like this. Okay, so first we need to do in drive we need to update the parameters. So the way we do that is first go through every parameter that we have set, actually every parameter in the model, and update the key points. So first let's clamp the value. So this would be param dot lookup, param.uid, so if it's not clean, Then we do pstate dot value equals oh, and actually the param state should default to the default value, which means this is wrong at the top here. It wouldn't be default. It would be param state clean false, because we need to do recalculate, but the value is p dot default. And we can add a lock for that in debug. And then we get the parameter. We have to update the all the key maps. Pair maps. We look up the state. And we say, state equals false. And then before I forget, I'm gonna update all the actually, I can just set pstate to clean here, because once the parent maps have been updated, we don't need the pstate anymore. I think so. Yeah, we have to do something with the blend maps later, but that does use the parent value. Okay, let's not do that. Let's do that at the end then. So at the end of all this stuff, set everything to true. And this can be get mat at this point, because if this doesn't exist, we have a bigger problem. Okay. So, we have to set it to clean. mstate dot key point. So we need to look up the map. mstate can be invalid, so actually that could be just an option even. mstate clean valid, yeah, it could just be an option. And we avoid these two things. But mstate, no, because these are already references. It's not a copy. It's already a mud reference. So the value itself, the variable itself is not mutable. Where am I? So we need to grab the state. If value is strictly less than map dot key points dot, and we need a this is already a an array, so basically 0. Actually, if there are no key points, then this is invalid anyway. That would be weird, but okay. I have born in here. Else if value is less than map key points. I could say like kp equals map key points. If kp dot is empty is less than kp 0, and we can just say in state that value equals none. In here, and this is expected for some models. Okay. Otherwise, if value is greater than key point, does Rust do like the -1 indexing? I don't think so. Slice. I think you have like a last or something like that. Yeah, it's a last. And I guess it's the first two, so. Sure. Dot -1, yeah, but that'll give you a slice, right? Anyway. Just print the key points here. Can put these into the same thing. Else, I for v in kp. Actually, for I v in kp dot iter dot enumerate. If actually I need a dot dot minus one here. And essentially, no, this doesn't work. Actually, I can just do I can do something better even. I think I can do, because I need both. So I think I can do kp.iter.zip kp.1.dot.enumerate. And I think the zip will stop at the end. So I can say if value is greater than, which is less than b. Yeah, if value is less than b. And so we know it's greater than a in all cases because otherwise it'll be caught by these checks here. If value is less than b, actually, hold on, because I want to special case the end case. It's actually if value is, yeah, is less than b. Or b is the last, which I'm not sure how to check. Or I equals kp dot minus 1, I guess. Minus 2 would be the case. Yeah. Because if the value is equal to the last key point, I want to actually set the fractional value to 1.0 and the index to the previous key point, just to make it easier. So actually, if kp.len is less than 2, because you need 2 for anything to make sense, I think. Unless you would support setting it to exactly 1. I don't know if that's supported in Live2D. Can you have a single key point map and then have a shape that only applies to a single key point? That would be a very weird special case. Because then you would never blend at all for that case. I hope this is never a thing, but we'll if it is a thing, we have to add some weird special cases. No, but I think the PNG people actually use ranges. At least that's how one person that does it, that I know does it like that. So you still have a small range where one shape is valid. You don't have individual points. Because if you think about it, individual points would cause issues with like float precision and things like that. So I don't think that's a good idea. I hope nobody does that. So assuming that is the case, we would set sum and then I, and then the frac would be value minus a Values minus A. I got a special case here. If value equals B, because if value equals B, I think you can pretty much just always set it to that one. So if value equals B, we're just gonna say value equals sum I 1.0. And one special case is just so that I know I don't have any float issues with the math. Otherwise, if the value is less than B, no, it's always going to be less than B. I need to be if value is greater than A. No, sorry, what am I doing? Less than B. It's always going to be less than B. What I need is if value is greater than or equal to A, is my test. No, it's always great. Oh, what am I doing? If value is, I'm brain farting. This is not the right test. What I need to do is if the value is between A and B, if the value is between A and B, yeah. And actually, just because there could be an unsorted key point issue or something like that, I'm gonna just set the value to none there so that there's like a fallback. Yeah, if value is greater than or equal to A and value is less than B, then value minus A divided by B minus A. And yeah, I know you can do you can put the value in here, I guess. It's a little shorter in this case, so it makes sense. But I mean an else, I guess. For the, yeah, we can't do that because, yeah, that doesn't work because it's only a single time. Okay, yeah, that should work. And we add a debug here with the chase value. Did I mess something up here? I have a closing brace where there isn't supposed to be one. There. Okay. And then that gives us the parent maps for everything. So then we can look them up. Okay, so before we go on, let's see if we can actually use this in the code somehow. So let's go to the renderer, and that's doing a .render, and that does call drive. So I guess the renderer could just have the set parent functions instead of having like a separate thing. Yeah, we could just have a parent list and a set parent thing. Yeah, let's use this for the high-level API. So for parameters, we would just return parent info, and we would say UID. I guess this needs a T in there. UID T and a name. I can just copy a string. It's not worth trying to get the lifetime so you're right. ID, name, min, max, default. It does not like this type. P dot this is params and param info UID P dot UID name P dot ID. And there will also be like a user-friendly name there. I guess it should be ID instead of name, because that's what Live2D calls it. Pin, sorry, dot push. Okay, I guess the parameters and that. Let's call it params because you call it param everywhere else. Pop then set param by name and set param. Just forward to the driver. And I need to get the driver. MD model is not unwrap. So my name would be by ID actually, by ID. It's not the name, it's ID. Name is there's a different thing that's the name, that's a user-friendly name. Set param by ID, render, value. And those need to be public. So now we can set the parameters. And does not exist, undeclared lifetime, new model and driver. 203 parameter 0 does not exist. And then param info here needs a T. It needs a lock. Okay, fine. And this one does need to be mutt. Okay, driver new. This is called in. Yeah, we need the model on this one. No, wait, hold on. What? Need X card. Oh, star M. No? Alright, it needs this be borrowed thing. Okay. And then we need the private info. Pop structure. Param info, pop UID, ID min max default. Okay, so now we have that. Let's see if we can actually update some parameters. So first of all, this did a, before the deformers, did it actually update the params? Because they should all be dirty, and they should have some default values. Yes, okay, so we went through and it updated all the parameters. Param2, all this stuff. And yeah, pretty much everything is 0. This one though, see it's 6, because the ones that have an angle, take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0. So that is all correct. This one, IL open CVS are actually supposed to be open by default because the default is 1.0. That's why my model has the eyes closed. So those should be opened once we add support for the deformations. And now let's add something so that we can actually get the parameters in from standard input in the lib. I guess it'll be just for non-WASM builds because this is just a test. How do I do that? Because I want to make sure I don't I want to make sure that I don't like block on that, but this is not async. I do have an update. What is update used for? Redraw requested and then does render. Okay, so we do need an update. Yeah, this should work. And then I only want to do this in non-WGPU, non-WASM builds. Not target arch, wasn't 32. So if that's not the target arch, I basically want to like read a line from standard input, but not block if there's nothing there. That's not what I want. Yeah, so you can read line, but basically I want to like not block. I mean, yeah, I could just use a sign or something, but come on, I want to actually track it. Receiver stuff. Okay, you don't spawn a thing and then do stuff. No, that's not great. I could use async. There's a standard in non-blocking. I really use like a pull or select call. Is really what I want. I mean, I could use async, but I mean, there is an async going on here, so maybe we can still just use that. Hold on. What this is doing in Node.wasm is event loop run app, and the event loop is a what exactly? Event loop, which is that's from WinIt. Okay. I wonder if there's something in WinIt that can do standard I/O. Nah. Sync versions of channels. As async SCN for input, check if readable. Where'd my phone go? Where's my phone? Here. But this one is noisy. Either sync receiver or async code, yeah. There's a poster block on for async stuff. Interesting. I guess it's a crate, okay. Come on, it's not the select call. There has to be some easy way of doing that. Come on, this is just a test. There has to be an easy way of doing this. Or I can actually rust. I can just run select on the FD, I guess. Pull in file descriptor. Okay, next pull. Yeah, that's probably what I want. Which means it should target arch, like extrude windows, I guess. Is there a way to do like POSIX? Not target arch. I need like try receive. I mean, where's rest? Try. Where is that receiver? Sync MPSC. Yeah, this is for channels, but then we need a channel that's like, that means we need a channel that's reading standard input, and then killing that thread is going to be very difficult, is the issue. So that's not going to be great. How do I do that? Just gonna do like a... Is there like a POSIX thing I can do? Machine kind. Config... Okay, you can config Unix. Apparently that's a thing. Okay, so that should be config Unix. And then do like a not Unix. So not Unix, we just drop that on config Unix. We do the read line thing, and yeah, this is Paul and Nix. Where's Nix? There's a file descriptor pull. Oh wait. Yeah, okay, this only works with sockets, so that's not useful. I'll just use Nix. No. Hmm? Oh, I guess I need a feature on that. pull pull FD, new raw FD pull flags, and 0 standard input, and pull flags is pull in. And then pull timeout is 0. And then the result here, I think it's just yeah, the number that are ready for IO. And then it needs to be a mut FD because this is a and then we say if R is greater than 0, we do the read. That'll work. Oh, it's pull timeout now. Hey, no, I don't want a no timeout. I want the 0 timeout. That's different. There's no pull timeout here. I think it's yes, it's milliseconds. 0 is fine. If R is greater than 0, then we do the read. So it's just std IO, std in. Std in dot read line and we can just say else break, and we can make a loop around here. And then we need to JSON this. Read line needs to read into a buffer. And then we need JSON. So what's the easy way to do this? I don't want to use, yeah, just JSON. Cargo add JSON. Oh, did I mess something up here? JSON parse. And then you get, yeah, sure. How do I get stuff out of here? Okay, you just index. How do I query? I need a simple, like, iteration thing. Object. You can iterate with iter, I guess. Yeah, this is a string JSON value map. Okay, so this should be a JSON value. So we get a JSON value. Yeah, you get all of these, object whatever. And then you iterate, and iter will give you what? An item, which is there's a vec node, and the node has a value and a hash and all that. Key, okay. You can just do it like this and ignore all the errors. So then we have a node, and the node has a key and a value. Is there an impl? No. How do I get the key and the value? Yeah, I know it's 30, but I want to use 30 when I'm like dealing with structured JSON. This is literally just a map of params to values. I don't think I need 30 for that. I will be using 30 for the actual JSON like objects that Live2D uses when we implement the higher level stuff like the physics. But this is literally just, you know, key value. So okay, so item is a string to JSON value mapping, so that makes sense. And if let JSON value number, then we can just do set parent by ID value. And whatever, just unwraps the test. Wait, hold on. Sorry, number is the value, and ID is the key. And the value needs to be as an F32. I assume that's the thing we can do. Or not, what's the number? What's an F64? Okay, it wants a try from? No, try from is for integers. It's a weird, okay, it's a weird, fine. It's like splitting it into fractional and stuff. No, it does work with into, hold on. I guess it wants a... It wants that. No? Oh, wait. Start v.into? Oh, okay. It's just start v.into. That was the problem. Okay. Let's see if that works. Mismatch types. FD, borrowed FD, found integer. Hold on. Oh, I need a borrowed FD. Gosh, that. No, it's a raw FD. Hold on. It's just a different version of... I think there is something weird going on here. Where is borrowed FD coming from? Different version of Nyx? Probably. Ah, yeah, once a borrowed FD. I think we can just make that from something. I guess STDN probably has a way to get this. As FD, yes. And then this returns a result, so... Where am I? I guess I can just unwrap. And then what's going on here? Into type annotations needed. Okay, it does not like that. Huh? Huh? Oh, okay. Parentheses. And pull. Okay, so this does have a pull timeout. Sorry, pull timeout is a pull timeout 0. I had an old version of this. Okay, so that works. And if I give it something, it doesn't work because JSON, that's invalid JSON. And if I actually pipe the Python that I have here, which I need to be inside the... inside this. Stream params. That did not work. All right, I need to pass the arguments. Maybe I can just do cargo around here. Okay, it is updating params. Not very often, though. I would have expected it to run much faster than that. It's working, though. Just not fast enough. Which almost sounds like a buffering problem. It probably has STD and buffered or something. Or maybe not. Hold on. Let me check some of the quality here. I returned 0. Interesting. Okay. Oh, no, it's the Python that is wrong. The Python needs a flash on the output. There we go. Now it's updating everything. Okay, cool. So even without the actual tracking, that should be moving the wings. But let's do the tracking forwarding. I think that should give me everything else. No. And what's my port here? It is right. That's my port here. 25565. It says online, but not connected. Oh, possibly because this is on wired and I have a... Yeah, let's just turn on the Wi-Fi. Ah, there we go. Okay, that works. That works. I think. Okay, so now, how do we get this in here? Okay, it's updating everything. Let's actually try to run the deformers and all that. So, now that we have the data, I can go into the render. Sorry, not the render, the driver, and let's. This should actually be pretty easy now. We basically just take the right form. We are using the wrong form here, right? So if we have to update all the parameters here, it checks their like p state clean, right? Sorry, the deformers. When we check the deformer whether it has changed, calc, we do a what is it doing? We do calc deformer. And does a lookup, and if it's clean self and clean branch, it returns false because it hasn't changed. So So when we do this, we need to check whether the parameter has changed. If it has changed, then we are not clean anyway. So what we do is if self dot parent map, we need to iterate the parameter maps. Which means we do this one first, but not the deformer. We need to check the maps. Deformer is passed in. We do have it. So if deformer dot parent maps for pm in for parent maps dot iter actually into iter because of what I did here into exact pm dot UID. I need to look it up. Tate is self dot parent map dot lookup pm dot UID. If pm state dot clean. If it's not clean, set it to clean false. Which is going to force it to recompute anything with the parameter that changed. Hey, Mary! And so if we do just the rotation deformers, which is going to be pretty easy, we need to add some helpers for computing the list of indices based on the parent maps. So the way we would do that is we need something like a collect, something that collects the forms. I guess this is gonna be because we don't have a common trait for forms and parent maps. Maybe we should add that. Maybe it'll be kind of nice to do that. But then we wouldn't have the type, so. Essentially, we would need to, we need something that at least converts the set of parent maps into a set of form indices, and and then we can interpolate them. So we can do something like. Something like get form set. And so we need the model, and we need a parent maps iterator, which would be the same thing we did in the model thing here. And this thing. And then this would return a vec of indices. And another vec of floats with the weights. Okay. And then this would be the lifetime would be the lifetime used by the mod, which is actually no, it's just I think it needs that as based on the model lifetime. Yeah, that should work. And we do it as 2 vecs because then we're going to pass this to interpolate. So let rates vec new and let form vec new and return indices weights. And okay, so we need to first get all the forms and then apply all the weights. And now this into iterator thing is going to bite me because I kind of want to iterate more than once, I think. How do I do this? Let's see. Essentially, we are looking up the, we need to do this kind of cross-product kind of business. I get all the possible sites for all the param maps and then set the weight. We can do it in one shot, I think. Hold on. So for every param indices, we would, yeah, how do we do this? I need to basically count in kind of in bits in a multi-dimensional thing. Well, we can assume that nobody's going to use more than 64 maps for a parameter because that would be absolutely impossible. Since this is exponential. If you had more than 64 mappings, you would have to iterate, you know, to the power of 64. So actually, it's assuming that even 32-bit is enough, because otherwise it would be impossible. So we can just count in binary then. And for each one combination, we have to set the indices to both. So essentially, what we can do is just have a base form and grab them from the maps and then iterate through everything. I think we can kind of do that. So essentially, for the weights, we can just get. I mean, honestly, from the parent maps, all we know is the UID, and that's it. So you can just get the states in here, I guess. And then in get form set, we could have an invalid flag, which means we need an invalid flag for the Actually, we could just set visible to 0 because the former state all has a visual, so you can just return a. You can return an option here, and if it's none, then we take it out. So let's say states equals vec new for map in maps dot into iter. We need to grab the parent map for this UID. And then states dot push st dot value. And I can just say let sum b equals st value dot clone or something like that. States dot push v. Actually, I can just undo this because it's system wrap. Just look up there. Okay, so now we have all the states, and now we need to do this like multiplication stuff. Like parent map, is it mutable? All right, this is not mutable. We can just do a get then and unwrap because this should definitely exist. And this has to be not. Okay, so now, yeah, this gets interesting. We need to create as many states as we have for parent map. So let's count equals states.len. And let's do E32. That absolutely never should be false anyway. And so then what we can do is we create the indices and the weights for I in 0 to count. And then we can say for, let's see, the iteration started at the smallest param, so we need to count, and we need the count of forms for every param to get the form index out. So we need not just states st value, we need we also need the form counts. So this can be a map key points.len and st.value. Let's say form counts value in states.iter. And then we need a j here and enumerate. And we need a let mut what is this called? Stride equals 1. As the same kind of thing I'm doing here with the oh wait, rot form already returns a right. That already returns, it takes a list. It already does the math for this. Do I want it to do the math for this? I might not. Because ultimately this is going to if I return something like that, that means I need to return a bunch of lists of indices, which is really not great. I think I'm going to change the API there, because this sounded good on paper, but I don't want to be calling this for every single form. Unpacked and then repacking. If I'm returning the indices and the weights, I think it's easier to just return the index. Yeah, let's change the API for that. I tried to be clever, but honestly, I think I can just assume that the array is flat. Is there a better way of doing this? No, because then I need to keep an array for all the forms. And then, like, have it mapped. I don't want to create a bunch of vex for that. That doesn't make sense. Let's just take a single index here. I can even replace this with the forms iterator later. Which means that in model here, where we did form, I can just take all this out. Or even we even have both. Yeah, we can have both even. And just make it both options. Oh wait, this is wrong. Oh, this is... Hold on, what? No, it's form... Yes, right, yes. Forms use index. That's actually just item collection. Child collection. Yeah, we can just have forms and then form. That would make sense. So then we have forms and form. So then in model, I undo that because you just can keep that all the same and then just add forms. Yeah, like that. And then we can just index it. So the stride is 1. And here we say stride times equals count. And then we need to add the states. So what we do is if I and 1 shift left J and actually indices and weights I can so for every count, we have to add the index and then multiply the weight. Yeah, I think we can just do it through everything here. Let mut weight equals something here. If I and 1j is so that means if it's the greater form, then we would do indices dot push value dot 0 because that's the U size, and that actually should be a U32. And weights dot not weights dot push actually. No, not indices dot push. Sorry, we would do let mut index equals 0. Index plus equals stride times value dot 0. Weight times equals value dot 1. Now, 1 minus value dot 1. Otherwise, oh, sorry, no, plus 1, because this is, do it like this. Otherwise, you get stride times value dot 0 with no plus 1, because it's the previous form, and then you multiply the weight by 1 minus value plus 1. So it does not equal 0. And then you do stride times equals count. And so then you do indices push index and weights dot push weight. And then what is broken here? F32, why is this an F32? States dot iter. It's supposed to be an E size F32. Oh, enumerate. And that works. Get form set. And so this is all the weird, this is basically the weird multiplicative combination weird thing that Live2D does with parameters. Okay. So then we can just look those up here and say, actually, there are things in Rust. I think it's a Rust let else thing you can do. Yeah, this is a thing these days. Let some and this is weights equals self.calc .get form set model, and maps is rota.param maps else Type mismatch. Okay, I'll figure that out later. Else, it would basically just say the state. Where's the state? Essentially just set everything to 0. And is visual visible true or false? Yeah, everything has default, and default will default to 0, so I turn run state. We need to derive default on that. So now this is not liking TS core model. There's like a weird loop with the model stuff now. Okay, I can just say impl pair map. I think. No, it needs the model. Oh, that already has the key points anyway, so I think we need the UID for that. Does that compile? Not quite. Not found a model, item form. Okay, hold on. What? Forms? Alright, this needs to have the explicit one. Forms. Let's mark self form. It doesn't like that. Okay, fine. Rot form, warp form. Art form. This should work with self form. I'll make it work with self form. ITM identity TY. TY. Oh no, this is his model T. Okay, fine. Part deform. And then that's not in model is the issue. Okay, fine. Let's say if we have a TY, we do it as this $T here. That did not work. It doesn't like the... Oh, wait, then what form is this rot form? Okay, B not a trait. What are we doing in the renderer? In driver here. P. Because it needs a T model as UID. Okay, yeah. T parent map is more like P. So this has to be T pair map. And then why doesn't that work? Now we're back to this. So the prompt here is that it's expecting a pair map, and it found model as pair map. Rotation score. I guess you can check that. I can say where model equals P or something like that. Yeah. But then the deformer. Yeah, I need like a bounce number for this model stuff. Which I guess is sort of this rotation deformer stuff here. I think this model type might be missing a bound. No, it does have model self. So it's only the rot deformer stuff that is missing that I think. Yeah. This is the problem. This is the in deformer. In deformer, we need to specify this ref stuff. That's Aha, yes, that bound was missing. Okay, so now this works again. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. But we're pretty close. I'm back. Okay, so one thing I don't know is I don't know what to do with I don't know what to do about one thing that I think is not used in this model. There's something called parameters that repeat, and I don't know if any of these do. I think they don't. So the only thing I don't know is that I am not sure if I think what repeat essentially does is it makes the last key form the same as the first. Kind of. No, but it can be actually. Yeah, I'm not sure what happens with that. Hold on. Whoa, what's going on here? Doesn't repeat. think that just makes it loop. Yeah, no, I think that we don't actually care about repeats as far as the render is concerned. It's just close stuff here. If I think I just interpolate them here. So we have the indices and the weights. And now we need to grab all the forms. And the forms just have scale, angle, position, and then the X and Y flip, which we don't implement yet. And we just want to interpolate those directly. So, and we can just do it like this. And that's a vec2, so position, not collect. And then I think you can even just infer. Let's keep that explicit type there to be clear. So now I can call the deformer interpolation stuff. Let's call this blend blend arrays. Populate function blend arrays. This is use super dot deformer. Actually, I already have mod deformer. What am I doing? Get form set. And then it's not forms. It's forms dot index I. And that one's it's not index. Oh, because that only has into iterator. And right, I need to change the core again. That's something that I've been missing. I want fine, let's do that now. I have a collection, and what I actually want is to have a separate trait. One is collection, the other one is a set, item set or something like that. And so item set just has index count and is empty, and then collection has item set T, and that will iterate that'll get me get And so then I can implement the other stuff for that. So that means that for these iterators, what I really want is a impl item set. And then just PM. And then this is PM, self models, model T. So now the problem is yeah, okay. So if we do in the model this item collection needs to implement item set and collection separately. All right, even item list or item array. It's called item array because it's ordered. We go to core. Let's call this item array. And we can even have an impl for like get item here or whatever. All right, we can't use the index trait because of the reference stuff. Anyway, item array collection. In model, I'm gonna say collection is the only one that has a get because that gets a specific UID. And that's not index actually, that's UID is what this should be called. Assert start equals 0. That's item array. And item array for item collection. Yeah, we need to import that, okay. And now what's broken? And then we need to fix that for the forms. Yeah, item array. So in model, this child collection stuff. Oh, but that one does. The parent maps does have to be into iterator. Yes, parent maps has to be into iterator because that one has an indirection. However, yeah, so let's have these separately. It's ITM and ITA, and ITM is the. So let's gonna do that. Where am I? Yeah, ITM stays. And it's called this ITA. And so parent maps is an ITM, but forms is an ITA. And clip systems also indirect. And so then, in model, where we do parent maps is actually iterator, but forms is a collection, and for collections, item array, target, dollar type. And part view, we are missing that in here, I think. No, it's in there, ITA. Hold on. Which one is it? This is part view, forms. Why does it want into iterator here? This is ITM for which one? Parent maps for 257. What? Where are we? The parent maps is a collection, yes. So that one actually needs to be a parent maps is an ITA. Okay, there we go. So now we have that, and it's dying somewhere at unwrap. Okay, let's go back to our over here. And what's going on here? So we don't need the neutral indices anymore. We do need these values from forms. index I, unwrap. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so now where is it dying? It's dying at unwrap on 314. So here? No, that doesn't make sense. That's this trace we're not using anymore. So we need to figure out the blending. So we have the former blend arrays. And the sources would be values. The destination would be, let's, blended. Not values. It needs to be values. Yeah, this needs to be right in each slice. Right. Yeah, because normally when you do vertices, you have a slice, so I guess I need to build another thing there. Let's ref. Possibly. No, it's not as ref. I need to like itermat. I guess it is gonna refer leave. Okay, that might work. Hold on. Itermat collect. And then this is blended. And I guess and weights. Yeah, that seems to work. Is there some way to unpack this? Is this a thing? Is this a thing I can do in Rust? No. Yes. Okay. There's probably a better way to do this with like I could use the cast stuff in ByteMuck. But this will work for now. Scale, angle, position, and no neutral indices in here anymore. And then we just get scale, angle, position, and okay, we do. You also need opacity, multiply color, and screen color. I guess I probably want to reinterpret stuff here. Yeah, let's do this as a little. Let's do this as a struct. Boss is Vic 2, and then we need opacity. Multiply color and screen color. Form vowels. I want to do this as an impl, actually. Maybe I can do this in deformer here. Let's do this as a let's do this a little cleaner. Rot form vowels. Let's add a struct. Visual vowels. I'll do the opacity, multiply color, and screen color. And we need a color. What's color used for here? We use this vec3 for color, actually. And let's put the lamp stuff in here, and we need some bitmux stuff later. Let's vec3. Vec2, vec3. Scale, angle, pause. And yeah, this should be repr C. And we need to do the bitmux derive stuff. That was done. We did a bunch of things here. Bitmux or zero copy? Zero copy, actually. Screen color into, and then we do scale, angle, pause, position. Okay, what's going on here? angle. There we go. So now we can create these from that, and we should be able to bite mark that into blending them. And I guess I just need to transmute here. Can we do this? Blend. So for the transmute, let's see if this works. Okay, so transmute mut is not working. Sized from bytes into bytes. Okay, we got the 0 copy again. This might not work. Essentially, I want to transmute a reference to a reference. I don't know if that's a thing we can do, though. We can do U8 as that, one-dimensional, two-dimensional. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, it's like transmute for every reference, but that does change the pointer, so it doesn't work. Then I guess what I really want to do is actually just transmute in the blend arrays thing here. Yeah, okay. So then source is iter, source n-1, dist.len. Okay, yeah, so we need to transmute that. Let fdst equals transmute mut dst. So why does that one work? It needs a known layout. Okay, so that one works. And then we need to do the same thing for the sources. And not much, just transmute for this one. Sources.iter returns, and I guess it needs to be a star source. Oh, right, transmute is a single one. I need transmute ref. No, hold on. Transmute ref. Yeah, I guess I need transmute ref. Immutable to T. What does that mean? Okay, whatever. It means, I think it means no, no. Okay, fine. Derive everything. Now what? Okay, that works. And then we just need to do the same thing here. But then that works for, right, that works for types that... No, it might work. Hold on, let's try it. I'm gonna do blend arrays of just F32. If that works, we're good. It looks like we don't. Oh, it starts this is just F32. Right. Does not like that. Oh, sorry. Because that. And then the problem is that that is not sized. So we can't transmute it. Is that? Yeah. Does that work? Oh, maybe that works. That seems to work, actually. Cool. So we can just say then, we can just say blend sources dest weights. Oh, and that one, oh, right, for the sources, it wants a... It wants refs. Right. Which means creating another... yeah, it needs another array for those, which is kind of annoying. Well, for blend with non... Right, actually, I think I want separate functions because blend for a non-array is never gonna need the SIMD optimization, so we can actually just make this blend arrays and then have a separate one. At that point, it doesn't really make sense to do it separately. So then we don't need the transmutes anymore here. Keep this simple. And then the sources can just be an array of T. Which does mean that that needs to be sized. And so then we just transmute ref source. And then that does the right thing. And then in this case, we don't actually need to use stride or anything because that's not going to be very useful to optimize. It's not going to do that. So we can just say for I in 0n. This not equals 0 like that. And then we don't even need to do this check anymore. So I'll just say this len. Mut and rot from wells. What? No. It's mut t, not and t. Ah, this can be an array of cell, that's why. Okay, yes. And then that means we don't actually need this wrapper anymore because it's just called blend on that. So with that in mind, this should be pub create. So we're in deformer. Back to rot state. And the driver here, where we do the form mouse, we can just say, okay, vec, we called it rot form mouse. Map I would just be rot forms index I dot unwrap rot form vals new and give it that. And so then we have the values. We don't need the refs anymore. We can just say blend values. No need for blended. Actually, then blend can just return the blended value instead of using a mat array. Is there a zero copy, like zero thing I can use? I can just derive the... Well, from zero should come from something. From zeros. I can just do new zeroed. Yeah, just do that. T-dest. and then return that. And so then we can just say blended equals blend values weights. And now this is a lot nicer. And so then we can use the form here again. And this can just be just form.visual because we already have a visual in there. Oh wait, no, we don't because this is visual val. So val simply color skin color. But for visual, we can just have a from vals thing. Visible true, opacity, multiply color, multiply color, screen color, screen color. And then down here where we deform that. Pause. But for visual, we need to get the visibility here. Visible equals rot.visible. No? Oh, it's parent.visible. It's deformer.visible. Scale. There we go. And now what's going on here? Cannot move out of reference. Forms, index, unwrap. Okay, so rot form bounds should take a ref on that. It needs an impl deref, doesn't it? Yeah. Reborrow? Yeah, reborrow, that's what I want. Okay, good. Okay, that blends the rotation forms. And is it gonna work? Probably not, because we were getting an assert. Okay, so what happened now? A none unwrap on 319. So you're not getting the right index. Why? Let's do a print line here. That looks very large. That doesn't sound right. Oh, because stride has to be in here, not down there. Okay, that's interesting. Ears are moving. So something's... And the cracks are because there's missing the... Yeah, look, it actually works. So I messed up the colors, clearly. I messed up the colors, but clearly something is working. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. Be right back, and we are gonna fix this. I'm back. Let's fix this. Okay, I think I just confused multiply color and screen color somewhere. Ah, yes, here, there you go. Very silly. Okay. Oh, sorry, wrong window. You want this one. There you go. So the ears breaking apart is because I don't have glue implemented yet. But the rotation deformer motion works. So if I turn off logging, so it's not that slow, because I'm pretty sure that's what's making it so slow. I guess update deformer should be part of a trace debug or something. It's just info. Nice. We can drop the indices stuff from here. There you go. I should get rid of that poll return thing. Where am I? There you go. Should be matching VTube Studio. All right, let's do the mesh, the warp deforms, and this is gonna be really easy now because we have all the primitives we need. Yeah, the chunky ears are because we don't have glue yet. We have to implement glue for that to work. Okay, so values and same thing for rotation essentially. In calc warp pair maps. And so then in values we get it's actually the forms only have vertices. And and they have opacity and multiply color and screen color too. So that's the visible one. I guess I need to do a warp form vals for the for the that only has visual vowels actually. So there's no from for this one. I guess I can just do it from rot. Or even let's just make a wrapper, cause whatever. In case they ever add more. Warp form vowels. Warp form, and this is just the visual. There's nothing else there. Warp form, rot form. And so in here we can just say warp form vowels. And then we need to blend the vertices. So we can say let vertices vec new and vertices dot resize. The new len is the warp dot it's not vertices. I don't have that. No, hold on. Where is that? Ah, it's in forms. Okay, yeah. I should have a vertex count in there somewhere in the core. As the size, yeah, I can just return that actually. You can just have a vertex count. And we can just say self.size. It's just convenient. The file actually stores both, but it's completely redundant. So, size warp dot vertex count is 0. This has to be mut. And so then we have blend arrays. And we need an arrays in here. It's a vec of and F32. Actually, warp form returns a vertices as a coord, actually. So we're gonna have to cast that, which means now we just do the cast here actually. Or I could add the transmute in here. Yeah, I could have both. Is it called like bend refs or something like that? Or bend arrays, yeah. Arrays is fine. And so then I just have to add this transmute thing in here again. Yeah, and so then we can transmute the sources also. No, how does this work? Ah, right, this is just transmute. Sorry, transmute ref. Yes. And so then, for the arrays, it's just a vec of chord, and that'll just be warp dot forms index unwrap dot vertices. Expected F64 found vec2 global. Why F64? Hold on, where did F64 come from? Now this is complaining about vec2 found vec2. Okay, yes, this one's and arrays. And then we probably don't even need that type. Yeah, that does the right thing. Okay, good. Now what's going on here? Cannot reference. Oh, temporary value index unwrap. Oh, okay, that's vertices. Okay, we have a. I think we have a lifetime issue now. This is returning and chord, and it wouldn't be right. Okay. So you would have to collect all the forms to get that ref to work. But what I really want is to return something based on the model. Right, but that is returning. Yeah, okay, hold on. No, I need yeah, I need like a I need a type model in the forms. Yeah, okay, so this is a lifetime issue now. If I return a form, and road form is an item, which honestly it shouldn't really need to be, but I guess that's fine. So that the lifetime of that is supposed to be yeah, hold on. What I really want is a warp. It's like a form ref that has the lifetime. Yeah, so this returns an iterator that is returning a form. Item array. this does return a ref. Right, see, once the ref dereferences into form, it's like we lose the lifetime. Does it? Hold on. Let's break this apart. I think this is supposed to work, but it might not. I think I'm just missing something. Let's form ref equals a wrap. Vertices. Yeah, so this is all using the right lifetime, I think. And so then deref, the problem I think is that deref on the ref, no. Target self, right, but then deref. It's like it's not using the right lifetime. Ref A. Yeah, I think I have a lifetime problem somewhere, but it's really subtle. It's really subtle. Okay, hold on. If you make sure these I think the lifetime addition is getting me here. This lifetime is supposed to be the same as the deform and same as the warp. Is that a thing that's gonna work? Oh, does that work? No. No. Oh, right. Okay, this needs to be... Yeah, sorry. I'm just done. This just needs to be into like iter. And it's going to be into iter this time. Yeah, so that's fine. Back to this one, though. Can I return form ref? Data owned by the current function. Form ref... Okay, so the lifetime there is the one we want, and then the form was the form. Yeah, okay, so ref. No, the thing is, like, I'm trying not to make a like, this is just a reference to the vertices. And those vertices are owned by the model. I don't want to clone the vertices, that's a bad idea. I don't want to be copying the entire thing. And then we have this other problem here anyway. Why does it so much lifetime? Why does it live 2? Not on the former. Why doesn't it outlive that? Oh, because it needs this. Yeah, so that works for this one. But does the call here work? Yeah, okay, that's fine. So I think it's something similar to what I just fixed there. That is the problem. So you have a deformer that has that lifetime, and I basically want to get back a vertices that also has that lifetime. Is it the typed thing? It might be the typed thing. Hold on. So type deformer self. Yeah, so we're doing a ref, and the ref is supposed to be I'm supposed to have a thing there. I think that's part of the problem. I had this problem before. Ref. Oh, because I need to like clone it, I think. And then that probably needs to happen in core here. So we do typed and self, type deformer. Right, because it's not really on self. It's the model that... the former is an item. And the ref A, the ref target self. The ref A is declared as... Oh no. How do I fix this? Something like that. Yeah, it says it's still saying it's borrowed. I need to get the versus references now without correspondent wrapping the warp transformation in a small function with explicit lifetime, so there's the rest component. Yeah. The problem is I'm doing this whole generic thing with the references that is kind of crazy, and I'm starting to wonder if this is a good idea. Warp ref B, ref A, review, okay. Okay, hold on. I can possibly try to cast the references here. Where am I? Oh, it wants a lifetime in the type for warp. Okay, now that doesn't make any sense. Why are we using ands there? Type the form of warp. That is returning a ref by itself, so this should not be returning a it should be taking a ref here actually. Breath. That one doesn't matter. This one may matter. It's dropped at 435. Dropped is still borrowed. Why is it still borrowed? The warp is borrowed for A. Okay, let me turn this off first, make sure I didn't break anything weird. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so why is warp saying just that? No. A warp A. Yeah, but hold on. You mean in warp form, the vertices? I can do this. But that's implied though. I think that's the same thing you normally get. But then this is ending up being a different lifetime because this is just the view. So I don't think that's gonna give me any more info. Cactiformer needs a lifetime there. This should be the former ref, I guess. I think this entire thing I'm doing with the lifetimes is just weird and wrong, and I should just give up. Yes, all the data is immutably borrowed. The reason I'm confusing myself so much is that I tried to make a model that would allow you to have references like that are basically smart pointers into the model, but then also be able to have basically dumb references to model stuff, which is why I have all that impl deref stuff going on. I'm just breaking everything. Like, some of this doesn't even make sense. Okay, we have cock, deformer. Why is this a like? Why does the deformer need an argument? Well, because the smart pointer structure has a lifetime. Okay, no, look. No, that doesn't make sense. It's not gonna do what I want. I can cheat by just returning an index and having the buffer here, but that's not what I want to do. And I want to make this lifetime stuff work. I think I'm just doing something fundamentally wrong. Hold on. I think maybe the problem is that I'm using this input direct thing doesn't really make any sense. I think what I probably want to do is just have the smart pointer. The smart pointer, deref to a regular Rust ref. And then you would have to, I'm gonna break everything now. And I haven't even committed to Git. Okay, hold on. Okay, no. Okay, the thing is, so I'm doing something fundamentally dumb here that doesn't make any sense, and I need to test this, like in the Rust playground before messing up my code base, because I've been messing this up multiple times. Okay, if we have a struct ref, which needs a lifetime, okay, and that is like model we have you have a model, we have a reference to something in the model, okay, and you have like a get foo that returns some reference into the model, right? So we have a ref at, and and the phantom data, right? And so get foo returns a reference to foo, so it'll be a ref to foo, and then foo has some implementation, right? And like this is just this is really just a trait, but so then what I want is on foo, I want to have something that returns a reference back to the model. And so foo in this case, I guess it would be, yeah, like, the problem is that if I'm implementing this using references like that, this really doesn't make sense, does it? Because if you just have a struct that you're returning a reference to, there's no way to reference the lifetime of the parent. So I think I just need to stop using that. I think everything just needs to be using the lifetime of the model. That's the only thing that makes sense. So the impos are all in references in that case. And everything is by reference. Because if at any point you pull out an and self, like how are you gonna ensure that like this lifetime, it's never gonna work, right? How do I enforce the lifetime of the child to be as long as the lifetime of the parent? How do I do that? To do that, the child does need a reference argument, right? You have the operation that doesn't function. The electricity has the same lifetime input output. Yes, but then that function cannot be a and self on the child, because then that doesn't enforce anything about the parent, right? Like if I have some function of the child that returns a reference back into the parent somehow. Right. So you're saying put a function in the parent with the lifetimes. But how is that different from using self in that case? Okay, hold on. You mean I guess I have to undo some stuff here. Okay, let's ignore this error for now. So this one here, warp forms, right? You think and just put a function in here? So we need the yeah, okay, this needs to be T deformer. No, we don't have a warp form. I'm gonna have to probably add a form types here. No, because there's no. I don't even have the input here. So type form. Yeah, I do have form. Sorry. T deformer form. And then there's this problem. Can I use generic parameters for another item? Okay. So I put it outside. Or just to that. Oh, right, it needs the deformer. Rotation form. Not rod, sorry. As warp deformer. So expected deformer as warp deformer. Found associated type. Put the form ref into the function. This part? Yeah, okay, sorry. Wait, no, it's not the form, then we need the warp. It's not the form. Just warp deformer. Yeah, so cannot return a value owned by the current function. It's complaining. Okay, so one thing I can do is go back to model. And like have a deformers collection, because that's probably a good idea anyway. So let's assume we have that, and that's easy to implement. We should be doing that. So let's go back to the model just to remove one set of the equation of the lifetimes. So if I just give it the model and the format UID and I, and then this needs to be the UID, TUID. So this gets the deformer. And then I need to get the typed one out of that. Okay. So it still thinks it's a local variable. So nothing has really changed here. Yeah, I'm trying to return the chord. Would love to have some kind of lifetime debug thing going on here. Okay. I'm just gonna try something first. To see if the problem is that wrapper thing. I'm not the wrapper, the subtype thing. Typed. I think this type thing is part of the problem. So if we go to deformer and I'm just gonna put the vertices thing in there. Where's vertices? Yeah, form. Yeah, those are in the form. Okay, so if we just return a I'm just gonna let's put a warp thing in here. The problem is those rotten warp deformers do not take the item, I think. Yeah, those are special cased. And that might be part of the problem. Okay, so if I go to the core and just put vertices in the deformer for now. Oh wait, that's in a form. Okay, hold on. First of all, does this work with just returning that from the deformer? Because if it doesn't, we have a problem. If I just go to deformer and put return vertices there, and if I just do d.vertices, does that work? No, that doesn't work. So this is already broken. If we can even get that far, delete this. How do I make this work? Do I need lifetimes here? If I do A, that still doesn't work. So if I put vertices in model, that's gonna work, right? If I do model.vertices, that's fine. Because that's just a reference to the model. So how do I get that lifetime to survive the trip through collection? Is the problem collection here? Yeah, it's the self thing that's the problem, right? But look, this collection here is returning a T-ref. So can I put it in ref? If we have a ref, yeah, I think it's the self shortens it, right? Yeah. Which means I guess all these traits just need lifetimes. And yeah, it needs to have a lifetime there, right? And then the trait needs to have that lifetime declared somewhere. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And in that case, the ref thing isn't even really necessary because at that point, they already all have the right lifetime. So I need this kind of thing, right? Yeah, I guess I should name these. Yeah. Okay, so everything is borrowing from a model. So I mean, I guess it's, yeah, there should be like a model lifetime that is explicit somewhere, right? And lifetimes cannot be associated items, right? I think. Is that a thing that you can do? I think you can't. Yeah, you have to have it at the top, right? Yeah, okay, so I guess we can use an explicit lifetime like that to make it make sense. And then do I need to keep these references? No, I kind of don't. I mean, I can keep them, but I don't really need them to have the model parameter. I guess it might be useful. Okay, yeah. Model. So basically anything that has children has to have this model parameter in there. And then this would return it as tilde model in all cases. And I guess the forms don't really have to be items, but they can be no, let's keep that for now. Let's not worry about that for now. So then we can say the former stuff and a collection that'll be, these are okay, I think, because these are coming from the model, so those are good. And then in model type, like that. And then part does not have the it's model. And which one am I missing? Parent map and draw item. Okay, so drop this one. And so typed would just return model here. And that should be fine then. And so item ref. Yeah, so these would take that lifetime. And then I guess these refs would really just be B and A. And I guess those need What do we have now? This one is compiling fine so far. Except here. Item array model. The associated type auto. Okay, this needs like the self. Yeah. Model, tilde model. Yes, okay, we need this. There's no item. Okay, fine. Let's put that in model too. Item model. Subscribe to model tilde. No, that doesn't work. Yeah, I'm trying to follow. I'm going to say Live2D model. Yes. Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, hold on. That? Is that what it wants? Do I need that? I mean, I fixed that. Now what's going on here? Subtype. I am breaking the world. Let's work here. Former model. These are the vertices thing into here. That goes away. Okay, hold on. Rust lifetime where self. I need to understand what this where self thing is doing. Damn, self lifetime. Okay, hold on. I think those refs need something about the model lifetime there. Yeah, I think essentially what these ref types need is the ref target self warp. Something like that. Does that make sense? I just don't understand what this is doing, honestly. But okay, hold on. So let's see if I can fix some of this. So item RAM, where are we having problems? We have problems with a lot of things now. Now everything's broken. Let's put model in here and all of these. I think this is gonna be needed for all of them, possibly. So for the reference, how do you fix that? I think we might be getting somewhere. Until empathy ref. Type. So I don't know about these. I'm not sure what to do here. Okay, I guess here in core we have the warp ref a self model. It's more like we're a model, I guess, because these are references. Okay, let's skip the deformance. Let's get the art meshes done first. So model, art mesh model, because this is a little easier. Art mesh view, input, direct target, art mesh view, model. Okay, that's correct. And these are all correct views. Okay, that seems to kind of work. Model in there, put parent view also. Okay, so in child collection we have something. Yeah, item array model. Is that what I need? If I go to like... Okay, let's look at a simple one, like the param map. Okay, yeah, this is a simple one, right? This is supposed to return a set of key points that are in the model. So, does this match work? If I go to... This seems to work. Okay. So, for draw item, that returns a direct. That seems to work. Okay. Now something that has a collection. If I do art mesh view, yeah, so these are broken. Okay, so item ref in parts. Part is an option PM part, and PM is import dref. Okay, so what if I put the where self thing there in art mesh view? No, that's not working. Ref. Okay, so into ref is doing a thing here. That's not what I want. I'm getting tired. What's going on here? Hold on. Expected part view, nothing. Found part view. Okay, let me just do this by hand. Instead of the macro, because it's confusing. Okay, hold on. Function part self option input direct target equals part view model. Satisfy DRF. Oh, that's just because I put it to do in here. Hold on. Yeah?
Did you eat?
No.
What do you want?
I don't know.
Did you go to the bathroom?
Yes. It's supposed to be a view. Hold on, what am I doing? This is the artness view, part view. So this is during lifetime 1. Why? So this does have all the model types. Is this in the macro? I think so. Okay, so this needs to be modeled here, I guess. Let's put all these explicit. Make all these explicit. Let's call these model. It still says it's returning an option part view. I think it didn't change the right macro. That needs to be model. Okay, that works now. And if I use item ref, it doesn't like that. So I just need to make item ref into this. Oh, right, this just used to have the... Okay, it's F into ref, yeah, okay. Okay, that seems to work. Which ones are we missing? And then I'm not so sure about this one. So then I guess type form doesn't need to have the lifetime in there because everything has a lifetime already, right? So I might not need that here anymore. Yeah, same as these, right? And then the refs, I think essentially it's something like that. Everything else seems relatively happy here. What about declare item? Declare item has something wrong. Okay, a ref. Shouldn't need the model anymore. Now, I guess ref does need a lifetime, but it needs a wear or something, right? Here's my diagnostics. Option M, okay. I don't care about driver. Come here. Drop the form. Can I verify parameter for lifetime A? What's lifetime A? There's no A here. What's going on here? Into ref is vref. Okay, yes, it's just model. And then P would be a self T without the lifetime. Same with the form here. And get ref. Yeah, so model of your ref. Why does it not fulfill the required lifetime? I need the where clause in here. Forms. Here. Missing lifetime specifier inすいた。
忘れないね。どうですか?
Okay, I have the key points. Okay, yeah. Working on stuff. I'm gonna take a quick break. Do you wanna?
Okay.
No.
Wanna what?
Nothing. You're back. breaking everything. Key point slides, for example, is broken here, right? So slides here should return model lifetime slice. And model should have a model with a lifetime of model. Diagnostics. Okay, lifetime mismatch. Each lifetime event becomes a distinct lifetime. Okay, yes. The former. Okay, this is okay. I'm going to driver. Let's go to model. Why is part view does not have the required lifetime? Activity types private view. Found types private B. Okay, what happened here? View ref. In types, view. This is model. Get model. I feel like this ref doesn't need the lifetime parameter there either. But if I'm saying dref target self, no, hold on. Let's keep that. Anonymous lifetimes and infiltrate. Okay, sorry, this is Val's. Don't care about that. Go to. Just show me the core. Hold on. Okay, self form does not take anything. Missing lifetime specifier. Okay. What is this parameter A thing? Oh, because A is called A here, okay. Syntax error, where? Expected common? Core item. I'm lost. Where's the syntax error here? In item? Not sure what was. Wait, hold on. What? Why is this one wrong now? Huh? I think the Rust compiler is getting very confused here. Okay. This an item is wrong by the. Wait, which in item? I'm so lost. It's here? I think Rust Analyzer is getting very confused. Anyway, okay, so new rot form, deformer. Okay, don't care about that. So what's going on with these ref parameters? Going for lifetime parameter 8 due to conflicting requirements. The lifetime cannot live model. Yeah, that's correct. Yes. But the lifetime must be valid for lifetime A as defined here. So the types are compatible. I think that I need like a view here, but I'm always confused by this where clause stuff. Like, this needs to go away because self form has a lifetime already. I need to do that? No. Does it need to be that with the where? Oh, does that work? That kind of makes sense. Oh yeah, I have much fewer errors now, okay. Hold on, no, it still complains about VREF. Ah, but there's a rot deformer view. Okay, there's an extra thing here, okay, yeah. Model. Okay, so does this make sense then, I think? I think that kind of makes sense. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Okay, so now, wait, am I done? Okay, hold on. Model is Model T, and then these should be the model lifetime, right? So doesn't need that. No. Let's do this on first rod form. Okay, that fixes those. Okay, so back to drive, we take calc deformer that takes a deformer with a model lifetime, sure. And then calc warp. that doesn't work. Hold on. Oh, hurry on. I'm silly, because this is a lifetime now. Ah, okay, yeah, that works. And these are all model. So we don't need this anymore. Okay, now this seems to actually work. Maybe finally. And now just one problem there. Type form, part form view. Okay, hold on. Model RS 135. Ah, right, this is just type form. Model. Is this gonna work now finally? I guess, yeah, I just needed lifetimes everywhere. Okay. Can I find JSON? Wait, what? I added JSON. Huh. Did I undo that by accident? Possibly. Now that seems to work. Okay, did I get away with the right stuff here? Deformer mod. So this is getting former vertices. And that means that I can probably just ignore that and just say, this. Yeah, which is what I wanted to do originally. Okay, finally it works. Okay, woof. That also means that there were some places here where I was doing some weird workaround in model, where I was doing like a clone or something that I didn't really need. Yeah, some of this could be avoided, I think. Somewhere. Forgot what it was. This map, parent, yeah, this thing. Inter map drive, yeah. I think I don't need that anymore. Map set view. I can just do I dot map view. I think. And there's something else needs fixing there. Into ref. It doesn't actually work because it doesn't work. There is something I wanted to fix here, like for parent maps. Whatever, I'll keep it for now. In macros. It's this. This is the model. If I give it model there, then that view should have the right lifetime. Sorry, self-dot. I dot map view. And then it complains about no deref into ref. Yes. So then that makes that easier. No need to refetch like that. That's what I originally wanted. And that did not work because of the lifetime problem. I think there's more than one place where we did that. Yeah, it's the same thing here, I think. Except child is, except that's a typing issue, so that is required. That's fine, that's in the array. This one possibly, yes. It would just be i.artMeshView. Yes, and then that still works. And that doesn't work because the ref into ref. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. I get it. I guess that makes a little more sense now. So, let's actually use this vertices stuff now that I fixed that mess I had there with the lifetimes. So we have vertices resized blend arrays with the vertices, and that's it. And then we drop all this. And so then this would be form dot visual into and yeah, that's it. It's just that. It's just the vertices. Yeah. Okay, that did not work. Where are we crashing? In calc warp, in vertices. Parent. Oh, we don't have a parent or vertices. We broke that somewhere. I need a with parent somewhere. I lost that. Former view. Oh, where's with parent? Child view with parent. That's in view, so that needs to be into ref going on there. No, I have a get parent, don't I? No, I don't. I guess get yeah, we can just probably do that. Yeah, it's a little messy, but it works. Now it failed unwrapping. Same thing, parent? What? No. Why did that not work? Hold on. Warp form. We need a warp. Deformer has a parent. Those don't actually need to have a parent, but it's nice to have the form. I messed up the form then. Wrote the former Artemis view. Yeah, I think in form I lost. With parent and stuff I've informed, but not in forms. And the problem is that that is an iterator. So, in child collection, I'm gonna need to have a parent thing going on. Child collection, here in macros, not the slice, the views. Right, that means we need a self item collection new. I need to go with parent in item collection, and then it needs to yield the stuff with the parent. I think I'm just gonna do this untyped because otherwise it's way too annoying. Parent option E32. Parent to self dot index. Self dot IDX. And then this needs to yield items with a parent if we have a parent. And that may not work because this is a type that doesn't have it. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Option T on ret. Right. There's like a need like this thing here. Wait. Item iterator needs a parent also. Typo. And then yeah, this is, hold on, ret is some. I can do it if some r equals ret dot as ref. No, not R. Not as ref. Or just some R. Yeah, right, that works. And then with parent doesn't work for vref. I can just fix that. Let's not type this because I'm too tired to type this. Vref has no parent type. Dot zero dot parent. Oh, and then it needs a T. Okay, hold on. Vref is a T view. And that's right, and this is a trait, which doesn't work like that. Yeah. Okay. How do I fix this one? I guess I could have an iterator that is like with parents everything. Yeah, okay. I need a like a parent iterator or something like that. So if I do abstract parent iterator, Tim iterator, and then just put the parent here. 32. And so then we can just drop this here. And T view plus child view. iterator. Type item is the same as the other one. But for next, we just say self.it.map a dot with parents and self parent as object, which needs an object. I guess parent can just be a view in this case. Self parent as object view. I might just cheat a little with parent, or is it self parent, self index self? Yeah. Wait, I have a child view, and the child view has. Oh, it's an impl, yeah, with parent. Okay, I'm just gonna cheat because I'm a little tired. With parent index. It's actually more like add parent because I'm not returning a new view, but VRFT, return tab. Okay, what's going on here? Option type VRF. Because of return type, what's going on here? Enum option D. What? With parent index self? Should this be self? Confused. What? I'm so lost. I'm so lost. What? I'm not emphasized. I'm so lost. What? What do you expect to extract viewer F type primer T? Oh, because that's a VREF. Oh, so hold on. I need a right. I need to deref it and then. Hold on. I need it with parent index and then it as ref. All right, that's the problem. Sorry. And that's not a thing. What do they call it? Into ref. And then this can just be A, I think. Okay, yeah, that's what I need. Or not? Can I move out of dereference? Yeah, right. Because this is iterating to VREFs, and VREF just the references, but does not add a parent. Okay. I guess I need an. Okay, hold on. Yeah, okay. I need a, because this is doing get ref. I need something for references too. child ref, parent object with parent index. I can probably just do T view A plus child view A child ref A T for view ref A T. And so then type parent equals T parent and then we just do these things as essentially self.0, yeah, just self and parent with parent index. Something like that. And so then this should actually do the right thing with that type. Yeah, that works. Okay, okay. Now what's going on? I still haven't set the parent thing into the parent iterator, so iterator for item iterator needs to say with parent here too. With parent, no, it doesn't. Let's just do this manually. So, for the child collection, we're doing an item array, and that then needs a and that goes here. This item collection new. Is this that does set the parent, so we just need to in the implementation for this, which I think is at the bottom here. Yeah, the iterator is here. Iterator and self into iters item iterator. It could be a parent iterator. I guess I would need a different type for this other than item collection into iter the Yeah, I guess I need a parent collection. Okay, I'm fine. I'll do a parent collection. Do I really need to do that? No, I think I'm just gonna cheat. This is getting silly. This is getting very silly. I don't like this. Because the parent field is created on all views anyway, so I don't actually need that. Yeah, this is just it's on all views. It's not just the child view, so I'm just kind of wasting my time here with all this. I think I can just set it in the collection iterator. I'm gonna get rid of this. Even though I spent all the time making that work. I don't really want to return a different iterator for parents. It's annoying. I'm just gonna put it in item iterator. And I'll make it work. Because all views have a parent. I'm just gonna put a hack in here. Trying too hard. At some point, one has to just stop trying to make everything generic. Okay, set parent index on view, and yeah, then I'm just gonna get rid of that. If parent, we set parent index. So we get if sum p equals self parent. Red dot set parent index idx. No. Not red. Oh, a smart. And then we're gonna set the parent here. Okay, let's get rid of this child ref thing because I'm trying too hard. It's still dying in parent. Probably because I didn't set the collection parent. Yeah, because the collection types need a parent on that one. Child collection, F. And then in this case it wouldn't be item array, it would be... But yeah, it's fine, but F dot... What this one is returning in macros is... I am seeing the parent. Hold on. What's going on? Yeah, it is a warp form view, so it's in forms is where that's messed up. And this is the child collection. So it should be returning that. Parents, okay, so you have some parents going on the collections. This came from warp form view of vertices. Which came from where? Calc deformer, calc warp. $389 here. Forms index I. Oh, index I probably is not returning the parent. Yeah, there you go. That is very broken now. That is definitely very broken. Okay, what happened there? Probably something terrible with the vertices. Let's see. Where am I? First let's remove that print. I don't need that anymore. Okay, first of all, let's just do, replace it with the first one, see if the problem is, vector. Okay, so the actual data is correct. So did I mess up the blends or the weights or what happened here? I think I know something. You probably... I have a feeling. If I go to... No, but actually the indices are correct because we used to grab the index of the 0th thing and that was working properly before. Start on trace logging. Oh wait, this is wrong. That's obviously wrong. What happened there? How do you get all zeros? Oh wait, hold on. I'm not printing it after that. Oh, well, that is not right. Something is very wrong here. Possibly the weights are all wrong. No, they look right. But this does not look right. Mm-hmm. Likely my interpolation formula is bugged. Because here's one, yeah, see, 1, 0, 0, we have 0, and then the output is completely wrong. Yeah, okay. How did it end up that wrong? Blend array, sources, weights, land, dash, transmute, mut, hopefully not the transmute mut. Let's try without unsafe. Oh, okay, so my unsafe code is broken? Huh? Well, that's fun. Because I have a plus instead of a times. Right. Okay, now we're good. Now we're good. Let's turn off the crazy logging. And turn all this nonsense off. Okay. There, now we have warp deformers. And we are missing the blend form parameters. And glue. So, let's do glue first because I want to fix those gaps, and that's kind of independent from the warp form stuff. So, any art mesh that has glue. Okay, we need to implement the model for glue here. That should not be hard though. I need glues. Glue. And the glue has an ID. A pair map set, which we don't support yet. Set of forms. It's the same as that. Needs a subtype. And then 2 art meshes and chords. It's got 1, 2. And so for chords, we have this glue chord thing, which is a weight and a vertex index for each art mesh. Now those are always paired, so we should return them as a different like type or something. And so this can just return an actual iterator. And the type that this is going to return is essentially something with 2 weights and 2 vertex indices. So struct glue chord I guess I can just be U32. And this returns sets of 2 glue chords. I guess it should be U16 because it's gonna pad anyway, so I might as well use U32 for that. So then we just need to implement this one in model. Glue view, glues, should make a macro for this. Glue view is a core glue for glue view, and then implement the missing stuff. We can take ID and those from the usual ones. Type form is this glue form view thing. So we have ID, we have pair maps, we have the form stuff, and then we need art mesh 1 and art mesh 2 and chords. So art mesh 1 would basically be art mesh 1 view, Art mesh to view. Sample chords, views, dot map. And so we need to play around. Oh, we need to like zip this. Is there a way of like zipping two iterators? I guess you can do. Is there a thing to do iterators like by pairs? Is there like a group or something like that for iterator? Array chunks? Ah, yes, array chunks. And that's nightly. Excellent. Yeah, okay, it's not great. I guess I can just do zip. Is that gonna work? Can you it.zip it? That's probably gonna have a lifetime issue. Or maybe not. I think that's not gonna work. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I guess I'll just index chords views. R.count, not into it there, just R dot. Didn't I have a array thing going on here? I thought in types array item array. I do have an account in item array. I probably need to import item array. No, I do have item array. Do I need that? I'm just I'm trying to like zip and iterate, like iterate in sets of 2 from an iterator, but hold on, chords views. I'm collection glue chord view. Oh, it's because I haven't finished declaring the type, isn't it? I need a, Oh, right, if I don't declare the glue chord, the array is not going to have that type. And glue chord is not iteratable, so actually, yeah, there's no count then. So I can't use those iterators because they are not, do I even need that bound? I might not need that bound. But item array is gonna want that bound. Yeah, okay, that's not gonna work. Whatever. I can just put count in item collection. Yeah, I'll just move these to here. Oh, that's a lot of brokenness. What just happened here? Right, I need an Oh, I put this. Wait, what? Oh, right, the pop crate. What did I break now? A lot of things. I need a glue form, which is just glue form view. This is compatibility, I think is what that one's called. Which means we need a glue form. Glue form is just this. In core. Form. Compatibility. Form. Where's the art mesh stuff? What happened here? Did I have a forms thing wrong in classes? Ah, glue form. Okay, what happened to PM? Oh, what happened here? Oh, there's no PM here, right. I need to actually set the type. And there's no option on that one. Okay. And now just this iterator here needs to be done. There we go. Now we return the chords, and what's going on with this weights here and types? Okay, yes, needs a star. There we go. Now we have the coordinates, and so we can implement the glue. Does it compile? What happened here? Okay. I is... May outlive the borrowed R. And then we're missing FID in glue view. Are we? Classes, glue. Oh, they called it ident and then I renamed it to ID, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now let's actually use this. We have the glue. In driver, we need to set some stuff in the art meshes. Art mesh state needs a clean self. Sorry. Needs a clean. And so every time we deform an art mesh, we would have to set it as clean, which in this case is true. Is it? No. No, because this is after deforming. So it'd be what am I trying to do? As clean false, and then in the glue, we check and then iterate the art meshes again. Yeah, if you can glue it, you can just check for clean in for both our art meshes and only care about those. So essentially for art mesh and model art meshes, we would set actually for glue in model glues, we would say don't really need a glue state, but multiple glues can apply to one art mesh, I think. So we want to set the art meshes to true to clean after that, I think. So we can just do another loop after that one. And so anytime there's an art mesh that is dirty... Oh, but now there's a problem with glue, though, because if we are reusing the vertices from an art mesh, we need to recompute it again, because we're not keeping the verts before the glue. Now, actually, I think I was going to keep a separate buffer for glue. and that way I can avoid that. Does that make sense? Nah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, I guess we can just do that. Art mesh state. Glued vertices, option, vec chord. And so then in the art mesh, there's a vertices, I think, call I had, and I can just have the return the driven art mesh has a vertices as the vertices. We can just say unwrap or SD vertices. So it will give you the right vertices if there was glue involved. And then if there are multiple glues for the same art mesh, I guess I need to check whether the... does it make sense? I'm not sure if you're allowed to do that, actually. Not for the same art mesh, for the same vertices in the same art mesh. I'm not sure if that makes a lot of sense. So the state for clean false will just set glued vertices to none. And then... I guess what I want to do is... Yeah, we don't even need the clean flag because we're just removing the glued vertices flag. So we don't really need the clean flag. All we need is... all we need is to delete the glued vertices thing in there. And so then we do a first pass here where we say if glue dot art mesh 1 dot UID. We need the states self art mesh lookup art mesh 1 UID. And st2. If st1 dot glued vertices is none, so if both of them have it, not yet. If st1 is none, then set it to the none. If st2 glued vertices is none, then set the st1 to none. So we do a first pass to clear everything out like that. It's self art mesh. Double mutable borrow issue. Actually, I can just do, if it's none, is it clear? I say none. And then just do it the other way around. And that way, no issues with the borrow checker. And so then this is just propagate validation. And then apply glue. So now we can apply the glue. And so we need the vertices 1 and 2, which are just read-only. I can just use get. Wrap. And I can just use lookup. Okay, and then apply glue. So we need to get the read-only state for both. And I guess if there is more than one glue, how would this work? If there's more than one glue, you apply the glue. I guess technically I would actually want to kind of copy this there and then have like a recompute glue thing going on. Yeah, since this is now propagated, we can just set the glued vertices for both now. So that doesn't work. It could be a different impl. Well, I guess we can do that. Yes, that works. So for each of the art meshes, we look up the state. So first we copy it. This would be am.uid. Actually, we can just kind of take the vertices like this. Let's put the UIDs here. I guess it's gonna just be an else because it doesn't make sense otherwise. So this is UID. What? Sorry, get one UID 2 and then get two UID 1, and then we do the same thing here with both UIDs. So we take the vertices, and what we want to do is essentially, so what's the compatibility setting? Are those 100 or are they 0? It's 1 is how strong the glue is applied. So, we're just gonna do this the boring way, I guess. Actually, we can use the blending thing I have. No, because it's per vertex. The rate is per vertex, so this is not that easy. Good quartz. For chord in glue.chords, iterator glue chord 2. V2 is vertex 2, chord 2, vertex index. Yeah, this needs to be dot unwrap. As the U scythe. And glued would be V1 times weight plus V2 times 2 dot weight. And I believe those are always yeah, according to I believe they're always weighted, like they always add up to 1. They should. then we have to apply the compatibility. So then we would say let we can actually just apply the compat to the weights here. Oh, this makes sense. If we glue them together, they come to the center point weighted by their weight, and then yeah, then the let's do that. And then star v1 equals star v1 times 1 minus compatibility plus glue times compatibility. And that's same for v2. And then put them back. Look up your d1 dot glue the vertices equals verts. Sum verts 1. I think that will work, and we don't have the form stuff here yet, but let's see if that fixes the glue. Okay, not exactly. It's not quite doing the right thing. It's better than before? I'm not sure. Something's weird there with the draw order too. Okay. Okay, if I don't modify them, it should just be the old glue stuff. Without glue. Yeah, so that without glue part works. What's that hair in the middle there? That's weird. Possibly a depth issue since I'm not sorting? I don't know. Or a blend form thing. Okay, so let's put them back. Wait, that looks fine now. No, it doesn't. Something strange. Is it possible that we are just... Okay, first of all, let's just always invalidate everything just to be sure. I'm using VTube Studio for the parameter input. It's just a temporary hack. Yeah, something's weird. It's almost like the glue is applying to only one of the two. Like the weight is wrong. Oh, I just realized something. Okay, it's text chord 0, 1, 2. Yeah, so they are just indices into the vertices, and it's possible that I'm just missing stuff because I don't have the art mesh deforms yet. So maybe that's just, you know, breaking something. Let's implement the art mesh deforms before doing this. So we are also doing the this art mesh state thing here. I'm going to do the same story with the blending. So let's go to warp state, and we need to take we need a story for art mesh. For art mesh vowels, it's just visual vowels, I guess. Same as word form. Art mesh vowels. What does art mesh form have? Opacity, depth, vertices. On the, yeah, it's just the same story as always. So in here, where we do warp, warp, we basically do the same story here. Art mesh with pair maps. Mesh form vowels. I guess we don't need a dirty thing in here. No, I guess we can just say if the deformer did not change and we did not change, which we can do by checking the I guess if the weights changed, but we'd have to go through every parent map and see if those changed. Yeah, we can just do that. Clean, say mod clean. If clean, and just save some time there. If clean, we don't do anything, and then we do the calculation after that. It's actually okay. It's actually changed. This is what this returns. This returns true if that was changed. It's got it changed. If not changed, continue. Then we get the art mesh stuff, vowels, arrays, of course. It's not warp, this is art mesh, forms. And this isn't the vertex count, it's I think I was using that before. Yeah, hold on. Range I vertex scored. I don't remember if I did this right. The vertices. Yeah, offset is supposed to offset the yeah, so that is correct, but vertex count then should not be using should not be done like that, because that's actually doubled. I think it's like that. And then if it's out of range, we would actually just do a default state. And I guess for glue, if one of them is not visible, we should just yeah, if one of them doesn't have vertices, we should just ignore it. Is that none? Is vertices a... That's a vec. And I need to like... Oh, is this a thing? Like continuing out? Can I skip more than one? Yeah, I can. Okay. So this will give us the vertices. After deforming with the deformers, no glued. Okay, let's see if that did anything interesting. Okay, what's going on with our mesh from browse? There's art mesh vals. I guess it's art mesh form vals. It's art mesh vals. Yeah, art mesh form vals. Sorry. Mine's on with opacity there. Hue size, and then dot visual. Okay, this is empty in here. Yeah, speed just broke again. Whatever. Not entirely. Form that visual. Into. Okay. Let's see if this, whoops. Out of binds. Then we'll do into 151, okay. Okay, let's take a quick break right back, and I think I need to eat something. One sec. I'm back, and I need to eat something before doing this because I'm getting really, really, really hungry. Okay, index mat 3812. This is 645. What's going on here? So it's a problem with the glue. Did I get this length wrong? Okay, yeah, I have an off by 2 there. How did that happen? I think I forgot something about the vertex count thing again. Vertex count. In art mesh, string f vertex count divided by 2. That it's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be. Is it? Actually, it might not be. Oh no, that is already divided by 2. Okay, then we're good. So this is about. I think I made this mistake before again. I made this mistake again before. Unwrap in a none value. On the renderer, because we have some art mesh without vertices. Now, that could just be an out-of-bounds parameter. So, where did this go? This happened in 779. Ah, no, it's in the state. Okay, the state needs to exist. So we need to make sure that that exists in every case. Are we not doing that? Okay, I guess if it doesn't change, and if we have a state, contains key art mesh UID. If we have a state, we need to actually. You can continue. Otherwise, you still have to calculate it at least once. Whoa, the eye, something weird happened with the eyes there, but that's creepy. So the eye blink works. The eye content, something happened. That's creepy. Now that could still be a blend shape issue. And I still don't know what's going on with the glue. Okay, let's not print this for now. And the glasses are not where they're supposed to be, which is interesting. That could be a primer thing. Set debug. Thank you so much for the super chat. I guess we can set these to trace. And so we stop looking at that much. Yeah, so we don't say anything for the art meshes. There's nothing out of range. Yeah, so there's nothing being triggered as like an invalid art mesh or anything like that. So that could just be a that could be a warp form because there's I think different eye shapes and they're probably mapped to different art forms. So that could be why the eyes are missing because we have like this stuff, right? It's possible that there's some setting there that, and there's also this. So So you probably need to set some params or something for the blend forms for that to make sense. I'm concerned about the glasses though. Why are the glasses not where they're supposed to be? That's very strange. I would not expect those to be blend params. So something is wrong. And also the hair coming out of the ears is weird. And even the glasses shadow is moving, but not the glasses. So something is very strange there. So what happens if I skip this continue here? No, that's out of range, that's fine. Don't do that. Oh, okay. So that's what's breaking the glasses. Which is interesting. It's like it thinks the deformer did not change, but it does. It does not like that. So my change tracking logic here is wrong. Art measurement and Derby state, look up. Clean, change true. Wait, this should be true. Why is it false? We check the params, and if it's not clean, we set clean false and M state. Yeah, okay, so there's that. But that should not affect this. Yeah, very interesting. It's like I'm missing a deformer propagation somewhere. Oh, I think I might know what's going on. The clean branch thing gets set to true after all the parents are calculated. If right, because we're not checking. Hold on. In Drive, we do set clean branch to false for everything. Initially. Right, but once the parent changes, once the parent is calculated, that is set to clean branch. And then self on Cactiformer. Once clean branch is true. Yeah, something here doesn't make sense. When we carry the former, it set clean self to false if it has changed. Then we say if self and branch are both clean, then we are good. I think clean branch doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Like, once a parameter is clean, we need to check if the parents are clean. Because once self is clean, hold on, this doesn't make sense. Yeah, this logic doesn't make any sense. What I need to do is if we have I need to propagate the clean state down through the deformers. The way we would do that is by essentially we are walking from the end. It's more like checked parent, right? Checked parent equals false. And then clean bool. Yeah, it's just gonna keep recalculating every time a child happens, so that doesn't make any sense. Hold on. So check. Yeah, I think we just need a clean, honestly, because we can just do calc deformer. Basically, what we do is if we set all the deformers to unclean initially, and then if the parameters did not change, if the parameters did not change, then if surf.clean, you can just return as did not change. If it's clean, we did not change. But the problem is that we need like an updated flag, actually. Yeah, I'm getting really confused. Updated. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So we have a clean and an updated. If we set them to clean and to not updated. And then any deformer that sorry, not parent map state. Deformer state. So if we are clean, we return self.updated. Because we have the children have to know if we changed. Otherwise, net changed equals false. Changed equals true. If any parameters change, we changed. And then we also need to check the parents. If not changed, then we return false and set it clean to true. Otherwise, we update self clean and self unchanged. Sorry, updated. And then we set clean and updated to true, which means that any other deformer will be updated by this one. So I think that'll fix the glasses. Maybe not. Something changed. Month. You can just break there. And then here would just be changed. And just do that. Now we're still broken. Unwrap. 159, 349, 459. Okay, so at some point we don't have the right state stuff. And we need to make sure we have some state. I think that's... Okay, that's a lot better now. I think I missed something. I think if sd.clean... Yeah, we just didn't set them all to false there, so that's fine. So, are the glasses good now? Yes, okay, that fixed the glasses. Starting to look better. And yeah, the glue is very broken. And I don't know what that hair at the ears is. Okay, let's also one thing that's missing is the compatibility for the glue. Let's add that in case that is an issue. Which is more of the same story here with the end of season weights. But we just need to get the compatibility for those. That's info, because I don't think glue should ever really be out of range. There's no reason in this case, just values, forms, I guess values. Nah, these are just a single F32, so glue, forms, index I, unwrap dot compatibility. I think you just say blend arrays in this case, or even just not. Blend is fine because it's a single, yeah, values, weights, and compatibility. That should be a single value. That should actually work. Yeah, that should work. So that fixes the forms for glue, which is not going to make a difference. Yeah, but at least we have that. Yes, the physics are baked in the data I get from YouTube Studio. That's why that works. Okay, let's try something different here for the glue. Instead of doing them like this, what if I just swap them around? Yeah, it's still broken. In a different way. Is it possible they're just backwards? It's possible they're just backwards. Oh, actually. Yeah, they were just backwards. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, of course, if you glue backwards, it would do exactly that. Which means, actually, what's backwards is the weight. Just make sure nothing is swapped in model. Yeah, it should be like the indices are correct. Chord 1 is verse 1, but then the weight is backwards. So that's interesting. Which I guess is the weight is how much the other coordinate influences you, which is interesting. So I guess we could split this out differently. V1 is V1 times chord 2 weight plus V2 times 1 minus chord 2 dot weight. Glue 2 is V1 V2 times chord 1 weight. Wait, hold on. Glue 1 is chord 1 weight. V1 1 minus chord 1 weight. I bet this is what my video is doing. The weight is the VG1, VG2. The weight is the how much the other coordinate affects you. Also, don't I just have lerp here? I have lerp. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? And then here we could just say v1 equals v1.lerp vg1 comma compatibility. And then vg2 here. That makes some sense as to how you would implement that. Yeah, the hair tufts, I'm not sure what's going on with that. That could just be an issue with it could be an issue with the warp form, or it could be just something with the draw order. I'm not sure what that item is and what it's doing there. I never know what it is. Like, where does it come from? It almost looks like the same as the head, but like there? It's really weird. Anyway, okay, so this fixes glue. this fixes glue. Actually, we could you can at least check if any there's anything weird here. Yeah, so there's nothing there really that's like under the cursor that would exist there. Let's see if I can find it. So now there should be one there. And there's nothing there, so it's not an opacity issue. Yeah, I don't know what that is. That's so strange. So it's clearly something that it's not just an opacity, it's something that's not supposed to be there? Well, let's add blend weights and see if we can, if that fixes the eyes. I really hope it does. There's hair hanging out. Oh, is the hair in the wrong place? Oh, hold on. Oh, so there's some hair that is backwards. Oh, is that because it's using the flip? No. Oh, okay, that's what it is. So it's, yeah, I guess, so there's hair that's upside down there. That's the issue. Is there a flip setting? I didn't think we had any flip settings. Is that checked in Mach3.py? Yeah, it's checked, so it's not that. So it seems like we have okay, let's find which art mesh that is. Seems we have something wrong with those art meshes specifically. Okay, so it's these. Art mesh 159, I guess. Yeah, 159 and 154. Let's look at the tree here. So there's a warp deformer. And this is kind of sus. 166. Oh, is it possible that our rotation vector is not doing the right thing? Deformer 94. You think it did work before? Did it? What about the screenshot that I posted? Did that have it? Because it's only visible when you lean, so it's possible that I just completely missed it. No, that was never there. That's always been missing since the beginning. So it's always been wrong. It's not a blending issue. they hide all other than the sideburn? Yeah, I think I can do that. At least other than some of these. I can just put some hard-coded stuff in render. Or even just in here. And we would want 159, 158, 157, 156, and 155. Right, that's kind of an... Okay, fine. I will just do, yeah, because the idea is, I need like an into U64 or something like that. I think we can do that in core. Contains the into. If not show contains into, this is insert default. And continue. And now it doesn't like size length. Yeah, it's grabbing the vertices and it doesn't exist. I need to do something there on the render. This needs to be here. Copy from size. Yeah, we need this for only art meshes that exist. And that have data. But not opacity, sorry. Okay, there's something there. Opacity, only if it's not visible. Opacity 0 is fine, because that's a... Okay, so I messed something up with the offsets. I guess that's good enough. I would say rotation is just outright not being applied. Only translation and the children. Looks like rotation is not being applied at all. That's interesting. Or it's like backwards. Okay, so let's do a print there to see if it's like an issue with parent-child deformers. So that actually should only calculate those deformers that we care about, so it should make the debug much easier. If I just do a trace now. Let's look at what they have in the... It's 160 to 156 is the ranges I want. And then 155 to 151 is the other one. So if I look for example, rotation 45. Actually, I can just put these in here. At the top, so it doesn't even do the deformers for the others. Yeah, so clearly the angle is wrong there somewhere. Okay, that is a child of a warp. That's a child of a warp, and that is a special case. It's possible that that is just wrong. In fact, it's very, very likely that that is just wrong. So that's relatively easy to test. We do the test model. unhappy. Okay, yeah, the parameter thing, we just ignore those. No stream on this one then. That's black. That's not supposed to be black. Hold on. First of all, what is that supposed to be showing? We're supposed to see something. If we're not, that's clearly something is broken. But let's go back and check the Python text warp. Is it test rot? Yeah. And where did I have that? Test rot. This is a rot that's a child of a warp, and we want to not set the blend mode stuff and the visibility. Set those. That's now the blend mode. Screen color right. Okay, so this is supposed to show this. And I guess we don't care about the clip. So what does my renderer say about this? Apparently nothing. Oh, because the yard mesh ID hack. Let's remove that. Still nothing. Interesting. Oh, because we don't have the draw order thing, and if I don't add that, my render will not render anything. So I need to add that thing here. Draw item. And then it's di dot. That's gonna be fine as art mesh. And then iChild. And iDry groups is. There's one. Did I have that? Yeah. So iChild can just be each art mesh here. And let's turn the clip off. And AM is a test. Now it's the other way around, but whatever. This is still the other way around. Interesting. I think it probably needs a draw item group for that to make any sense. Draw group. Draw group dot I draw items, counter items, total rush count. Okay, now test is behind it, and yeah, it's supposed to be the other way around. I just quit VTube Studio. Okay, now it's the right order, and so if I do mine, okay, too big, but it is doing the right thing. However, I would not be surprised if this is broken in other cases, like if as I rotate it. Quite like in some quadrants it is broken. I guess I could have a parameter to change the global rotation. That would be kind of nice. And this actually rod 0, so that's fine. Oh yeah, what happens if I give it some angle to on top of the warp form? That might be broken. So now it's supposed to be like that. Ah, that's still good. Okay. Let's make it a bit smaller. Not that actually. Let's just do it at the. To top right. So now it's pointing that way, and mine says, apparently I'm way off. How did that happen? Oh, because I have the translation. So that's now... That now looks correct. So what happens if as I rotate the inner one? The outer one, sorry. Okay, that still looks good. What about 180? That still looks good. It's possible that the flipping behavior is not what I expect. Because these rotations are doing the right thing. But if I do a warp that is actually backwards... A warp that is flipped is a weird case. And it's still doing the right thing. So that's somehow not it. Oh, now that disappeared. Interesting. Ah, because of the culling, probably. I need to set double-sided on the warp viz. Actually, not on the warp viz, on the AM? No, it is a double-sided. Interesting. Oh no, this is a zero-sized. Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, that still looks correct. And if I do 1 minus 1 minus 1 1. Yeah, that's not the issue. Okay, hold on. So let's go. I'm gonna just try inverting it in case. Like to see what happens if I just make it backwards. So that's this logic here in calc deformer calc rot this one. So now we're backwards. Okay, now it's just completely gone. Oh, I guess I'm not taking input. Oh, actually, this is kind of interesting. I thought this is applying. Like, if I don't apply this at all... If I don't do this special case... Ah! So now it's somewhere else in the right direction. So it has something to do with this. Let's disable the filter. It might not have anything to do with this, but let's just try it. Okay, so I mean, obviously this displaces a bunch of things. What about the rotation? If we get rid of the rotation, only the rotation. Okay, so now, oh, now it's right. Now it's actually correct. So, interesting. Very interesting. Okay, let's print the info here. Let's set this to debug and just do some prints there. So let's only do the broken parts. Yeah, so there's an inversion happening here. Oh, hold on. No, that's right. Okay, minus 0.2, minus 1, minus 0.2. Oh, hold on. It's a degenerate case. It's a mesh with size 0. Oh, I know. It's because we don't have extrapolation yet, I think. And so this is probably hitting the it's probably breaking because we don't have extrapolation yet, and this needs extrapolation. That's why, I'm pretty sure. If we print this here, yeah, you can see it because it's actually 0.8 to minus 0. Oh no, it's not. Wait, no, it's not. It's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. 0.8 to minus 0.4 is not exceeding the bounds. But it might be that this entire deformer is exceeding someone else's bounds. No, but that doesn't make sense. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, because it's negative. Because it's negative, that's why. It's supposed to be 0 to 1. So yes, that's exactly what's going on. That's exactly what's going on. That's the bug. Okay. Well, one thing we can do is at least have a safety for the degenerate case here. If P1 equals P0, I'm saying if not equals P1, yeah. Then just set the affine from that. Actually, always do the scale. Let's have a safety there. So that's probably gonna fix the bad case. Yeah, that makes sense. And so then we need to fix the extrapolation, but at least for now it doesn't break that. Okay, yeah, that fixes that. So if we turn on streaming again, and that doesn't work. Oh, because of the UI? Oh, because it's not the right model. Need to load the model. Okay, there we go. So now the hair is mostly doing what it's supposed to be doing, except not quite, probably because of that broken extrapolation. But much better than before, at least. Okay, so now I guess let's fix the eyes, because that's the biggest thing that's broken right now, which means we need blend params. Oh, it's getting late though. Do I want to try doing this? Do I want to try doing this? I mean, it's not going to be that bad. Blend params, at least without the blend limits, blend params are pretty easy. Basically what we need to do is, we added a thing in the model here. We did a thing in classes, sorry, for the blend params. Yeah, blend form maps. We added that in all of them. Or deformer, raw deformer. So we should just add that to the core. So you can have param maps and blend param maps. And so that does have a class, which is a blend param map. So blend param map has key points and has a default. And more like a base key point. Let's put these after blue. So we have blend param maps. blend parent map. And here in model, let's blend parent map view. Blend parent maps. I'll do that in a sec. Is blend parent maps a thing in Yes, it is. Okay. Let's call this blend maps views. Blend key points is the same, and then we need a default or base index, or what was it? Blend map base key point. And that's in core, no, in macros. That's this. Neutral index is what I called. Let's call it neutral index. Or even neutral key point. Neutral index. Yeah, let's call it neutral index. And so then that's just a by value. In core, neutral index. And so then in model here, we need to add the things to return those. So blend parent maps, collection, that one's good. Special blend parent maps. Part view, and I guess glue also has blend and everything. And so the definition of that one would be blend parent maps, blend parent map view, blend parent map view. Is it? No. Blend. Wait, blend form maps. Right, we need forms for that. And blend form map has a parent map, a number, and then the forms. Yeah, and then the limits. Okay, so we need a separate type. It's blend form maps. It's blend form map. And we can parameterize this because it has the subtype stuff. But we need to implement this for different types of forms, which is kind of, nah, I guess, how do we want to do this? Man form map. So parent map would be PM pointer to a blend param map. And then we need a set of forms. I don't know if this is gonna be easy, but we're gonna try. And we need to add the blend rate limits. Do that later. Okay. Let's see if that makes sense. If we can do it like that. So, so essentially we need to implement this trait for an associate. No, this shouldn't be a trait argument. It should be an associated type, shouldn't it? Yes, it should be an associated type. Should it? No, the others return. Yeah, no, we can't implement this as a generic. This has to be implemented as something that imports blend form map foo. Yeah, this has the unassociated type. Yeah, I need like a blend form map with a form. I think it's possible. I think it's possible. I think it's possible. Form, and then we don't have the bound here. It's just type form. And so this can be IT again. So this is ITSL form. And then, so what I actually want to return is the blend form map, essentially an iterator of, yeah, for blend maps. Blend form maps. And in this case, it needs to be an ITM, item array, into iterator, yes, just an into iterator. Item equals blend form map, impl model, comma, so form. Like that, I think. Oh, there's no form here? On the former? Oh, because, yeah, okay, that was the only in the children. Prop deformer and rod deformer. And then art mesh needs one of these two. And also glue and everything else. Well, let's just do the params first, because those are the interesting ones. And art mesh, I guess. So let's see if I am capable of doing this. I would have to implement blend form map for yeah, for the different map types, and then return them from this. And I guess this would be a reference in this case. And then we don't have a ref, yeah, that's fine. I don't know if this is viable. No, onion paths. I think I need to wear item VFM. Be ref. There be blend form map. Yeah, like that, I think. No. No, that doesn't work because it's not generic. I guess I can just have an associated type here. That's something like that. And then how does the ref thing work here? It needs to be a deref, not a ref. Like that. Okay, that should work. And so now in model, we need to add the... Okay, let's just get rid of this for now so it doesn't break. So the type blend form map would actually be the raw to blend form map thing. Oh wait, it's not raw to blend form maps, it's just blend form map. Oh, okay, that's annoying. We have multiple types. We have multiple types because the yeah. Yeah. We need a wrapper for this. If we don't want to have just a one-to-one thing or the generic thing. So blend form map, blend form maps. Yeah, we need separate types for this. Let's see what we can do. So we declare the form like that. And then it wants a core item, which I guess we don't really need core item for that one. So we can remove that. Actually, we can just take form. Form is an item. We know the model from that. And so this is not PM. It's I think that's doable. So okay, yeah, no, that's unstable. Okay, fine. Where's the anonymous lifetime going on here? I think I need a wear self model deal somewhere. So this is blend format for Rutland form map view, which self.0 dot pair map view. As into ref. Selected parent map view, found blend parent map view. Okay, so it has your blend parent map view. Yeah, like that. I think I need this deal there, possibly. Now, where's this anonymous reference that I'm missing? Self form. I guess this should have. No, we already have the lifetime. So as item. Oh, is that it? Ah, that's it. Is it? No, I think I broke something. Oh, what happened here? Okay, so now we need something like form with the pair map set view. Okay, I guess we just don't need to have that form one for now. Let's do forms. So forms we have to just take from blend form map view. Yeah. That's just forms. So it's a pass through from. It's a child collection. Forms views. Found module self primer. What? Should be there. Ah, right. It needs a... Yeah, it can't have self. Let's try it like that. Okay. And then we're missing the parent view has blend maps. It's blend. Yeah, it's blend maps. Is that not in core? Core param is yeah, we need a blend maps. That's good for param. And now what's going on here? We need to declare these blend things. Blend form map view has no forms views. Why not? Oh, because right, because these need to be typed. So because they're typed, they need this needs to be done manually. So forms. What's the impl here? Item array. Okay, and so then we would just say, need to grab that from the macros. Views is basically this story because it's not typed. No, it should be typed. The views are blend form map view. Oh yeah, the forms. Sorry, the forms are not typed. Yeah, there's no range because it's yeah, so it's I forms and count forms. I guess I can just add. I should just add these as like an impl on the blend form map view for forms. I can do this in classes, I guess. I can do something to make this generic thing somehow castable. Nah, let's just do it by hand here for now. And this is not pub. I want this to just be private. It's only pub crate. Those aren't copy? Those should be copy at least. Oh, wait, it is copy. Oh, IDX should... Okay, it's just that IDX needs to be bounded by copy. So then in classes... Forms, range, start. Yeah, yes. We have a... I guess it'd have a get in here. Oh, we don't have a get, sorry. In reference. And then another lifetime issue. Yeah, if we just set it like that, it works. I think. No? Or just that? Oh, I guess it's just that then. range forms and forms views implemented for blend form map view. And so then I can just do a dot forms thing in here. And I need the object for this one. This rot form is in You're gonna sleep already? Aww. That's me. I need the object, which is this object for $opt. And this is in classes then. Aha, that works. And then for form, we just do the same thing we did for forms essentially. It actually just means self forms, because we have forms now. Dot index parent. Yeah, it's easier that way. And so that means I can do the special form as long as we have a parent map set view, which I don't for this one. Because it's not parent map set. This one is just an... Oh yeah, this one doesn't need form because blend parent maps don't have the funny stuff. So I can just get rid of that. There's no need for this one. And so then, I guess I can have a little macro here. Run superclasses F as object. Aha! There we go. Rot, warp, art mesh, part, and glue. Glue form, part form, art mesh form, and warp form. There, that takes care of the blend views, and so now we just need to add them here. Before with the brought blend form map view. Warp blend form map view. Art mesh blend form map view. Glue blend form map view. And I guess as well do part also while we're here. Part blend form map view. I think we don't need this anymore. Getting somewhere. So now we just need these implementations for blend form maps. And what's going on here with blend parent maps, back parse. Oh yeah, I renamed those to blend form maps. Wait, I blend parent maps is in param, yes. I renamed that to and now we just need the blend form maps. So for blend form maps, we have this array in here. Wait, blend parent maps or blend form maps? No, those are different. We need blend form maps for warp deformer. It's not, yeah, blend form maps because it's not just params. So for blend form maps, what we need to do is iterate similar to parent maps. Iterating with this target. Blend form maps. You're missing that in part. There's nothing in the former though. The former doesn't have those. Glue does need it. Okay, so Trev. And what we want to do is blend. So we have in model, what we have is, sorry, in classes. It's called blend form maps. Blend form maps view. Yes. And so that is going to reference all the maps. BFM dot maps views. And then we do this whole thing. Okay, so this is an option. We can just how do I do this? Since we're building a vec anyway, we can just oh, it doesn't need to be a vec. This one can just be a mapping. But then we would have to return an option, I guess. Yeah, okay, let's do it as an option. So we have the BFM, and this BFM dot maps views dot into iter dot map But then we can't create this. So I need a type here. Found view expected blend format view. Found view ref. Yeah, it's the come to not the ref. I need some in there. Let's just fix this one here. And now it doesn't like the dref for part blend form map view because this is a because this is a wrapper type, so we're not returning dref. I guess I can just add another wrapper type. Wait, no, can't I? No, I can't use and because there's because there's the this is a temporary. So I do have the viewref thing, but viewref is specifically for a view in types here. Viewref. It has to be a view, and then a view implies certain things. And I don't think I can get rid of this without breaking things. Or can I? Maybe I can. Maybe I can, actually. Maybe I can get away with that. If I just do a, I might be able to get away with that. And type blend form map cannot link private type. Okay, yeah, those need to be public. Hey, that compiles. Okay. Now we have the data here. Let's see if we can make it work. So let's do it for the deformers first, I guess, or art meshes. Do art meshes first. In deformer, mod here in the art mesh. So here in get form set, blend form maps, and so we're gonna have to make some generic stuff here, maybe. Oh, and then the forms are different here. That's a little tricky. Yeah. You know, it's not get form set. We already have those. We need to add the blend form stuff. So then I can just have these mutable and just append to them. Mat arrays, mat values, yes, values, I guess. But then these maps need to be, yeah, these maps need to be done differently then. Essentially, we need to get the blend forms out. And I want to separate these maps out then for the art mesh forms. So are there form browse? Yeah, essentially you need to collect the forms. Why is this star eye? Because it's iter into iter. Okay, yeah. So let's say I would need some kind of wrapper for this, I guess. I guess get forms that could just return the forms and the weights. So we can just return the forms directly. Art mesh forms. And then it's not into iterator. What I actually want to use is the forms is an impl item array. And where's item array here? DRF target equals F on a trait. What? No? Huh? Huh? Where's item array? Item array? Okay, it does need a lifetime. Import DRF. And then that needs to be an unwrap. Okay, I think that works. Get form set. Okay, so then I can say in mod get form set that forms weights. And so then values is just forms dot iter and map is just new map f f. And so then this is the same. Forms f dot vertices. Trade is not implemented for import dref. Ah, okay, that's that. But this import is gonna mess me up because I actually need a something specific, not just an import dref. Index in core. Yeah, that's a tref. So that's what I actually want to have a T-Ref. Yes. And so then it will allow me to mix them together. So in mod here, need to do the missing ones. Just add more forms and rod forms. Go. Why are those the new unimplement form and implement form? Not sure why the DRF is different, but anyway. Okay, so how far are we? And the glue, we're missing the glue. So that's combining, and now we need to add the blends. Which means you can just add the blends in here, really. Blend for maps. Rot and blend for maps. And that needs to be this whole thing here. But then we don't have the blend form map. We need this to be a child of form, actually. Oh, but now you can just have an impl blend form map. form equals F. I think that might work. Yeah, okay. So now we would add the blends. If let some blends equals blends, then this is an iterator. So for blend in iter, yeah, so we have the parent map in here. And we do the same thing as this one. So the blend parent maps need to be different because they are indexed differently. So we need a self.parent maps. Let's say blend parent maps is the same thing as parent map state, just separate. Map default. Yeah, so we need to do this for blend also. Blend parent maps. Blend parent map. I would love to not have to duplicate all this, but maybe I can make the type a subtype. Yeah, that might be a little easier then. And I don't know if I can chain these though. I might not be able to very easily. Yeah, because this is an item array. I would need to say into iter and then... And then I don't know which subarray it has. But I can probably just have this key point calc thing. I can probably just use a closure here. Map needs drop. Yeah, okay, this works. And then instead of this, will be more like an impl pair map. It's not on closure parameters. Oh. But we only need the key points in the UID, I guess, so... Yeah, something like that. Okay, so that should update the pair maps. And this updated param should go outside here, actually. What's it doing in there? Yeah, so that should update the blend param maps, and then we have to do the limits later, but we're not going to do that right now. And so back to here. We have the blends, blend form map. If it's item models, model UID, so we need to constrain the item here. Item has the model, I think. Yeah. Okay, so then we can, what's this? Map, not map key points, pair map, gate, okay, that's a state. Let's blend that key points. Blend form map. Pair map dot key points. Yes, so this gets the states. I don't need states. I need to do is I have the state for this pair map. Yeah, so then you have the users. Yeah, so these are the two values. So we need to push form list that push no. No, this is just unwrap. So we push both, and then we push the weights, which is basically st.value dot 1. And actually, for the first one would be value 1 minus that, and then the other one like that. There, now we have the blend forms. A little too much magic here. And now what's going on? Trait bound. Trait bound. Almost there. Because I'm using a into iterator blend form map. This is actually a deref. Aha! And now we just have to add the others. Rot blend form maps. Art mesh. Blend form maps. And glue. Hey! And it crashes. Okay. We don't need the mutts here anymore. We were doing because I'm not appending anymore. So it crashed in index out of bounds. Ooh, okay, that's bad. In blend arrays. That's very wrong. 418. The parent is probably wrong. The forms for blend form map need to specify as the parent the with parent That's our item collection. Yeah, set parent index. It's not blend format view. Yeah, we need to return these blend format view. Yeah, we need to return the parent from that. That needs to know about the parent. And not self.parent, self.index actually. This is the, yeah, this is the, I'm close to limiter into iterator model 72. Now wait, I have a, this is for the view. The view has, it's just index, isn't it? I think. IDX. Okay. Yeah, it was probably just a completely broken parent. Oh, hey! There we go. Okay, so nothing really changed, I think, but at least hopefully the blend form stuff works. I'm not sure actually. So I guess I had to figure out what's going on with the eyes, because that's really the last thing. Okay, let's look at what the eye art mesh is doing. It might just be an opacity thing, actually. Yeah, it's like 75, right? So what does ArtMesh 75 have? Okay, so that is opacity 1.0, depth 500. What if I only render this art mesh? 28. And it does have clips. It has some clips. It could be a clipping issue. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. Be right back. Almost there. I'm back. So let's take a look at this. Let's see what happens with this art mesh first. Art mesh 75 is number 28. And let's disable clipping for this one too. I guess let's try with clipping first. Okay, that's broken. Huh. What's that? That's not an eye. 28. Is not 75. Okay, it doesn't show anything. Let's do a trace. Yeah, it's not very useful. If we do debug and art mesh state does not implement debug. Okay, so art mesh state true, visual visible true, opacity 1.0, multiply color yes. Okay, so the mesh is there. So is there a clipping issue now? I suspect there's a clipping issue. Let's just disable the clipping in the shader. Okay, yeah, so we have the problem is the clip. Which means we're not rendering wherever this is clipped to. So that's completely unrelated to the blend. This is clipped to art which is 30. So obviously we need to also render that one for this to make any sense. Yeah, it's 30. Okay, so that's okay, that's interesting because that means we have a. Oh, is it an order issue? It might just be an order issue, actually. No, it should be drawn after. 77, 75. Okay, wait, so now it works without clipping. So it is a clipping issue. It's like somehow we're not rendering the clipping properly, but we are rendering the mesh that is being clipped. So what's going on here? Huh. Interesting. Okay, so we have a bug in the clipping. So it's number 30. So it is there. It is rendering it. Yeah, this is annoying. So you're rendering 30 for clip set. Opacity is all correct. Vertices are all correct. How is it possible that we are somehow not clipping? Let's try changing the shader. So in FS normal mask. Let's add some debug there. Okay, so the mask is really empty. Why? I set the eye to opacity 0 to see if wait, hold on. Mask value, I am returning this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it is somehow mask at 0. Oh, hold on. No, it's not that. Okay, something is very weird. Something is very strange. How is it possible that like this art mesh only this art mesh is not being rendered as a mask properly? Okay, what's going on? Even if I set the mask to 1.0, we're getting nothing in the mask buffer. Is it the culling? Do I have the culling backwards? Oh, hold on. It might be something related to that. No. Okay, so if I clear it to 1, it does work. So we're getting as far as the render pass at least. Do I need to start using the... Yeah, like, this clip is not working, but other clips are working, so I'm really confused. Like, it's entirely clipping it out. And I don't understand why. Do I need to use the metal debug stuff now? I could try rendering the masks to the mainframe buffer, see if it does something. Okay, so now we are getting pink. That pink is actually the air color on Apple stuff. Which means nothing is getting initialized? No. Possibly because the buffer has the wrong something. The wrong settings. The pipeline, if I set the pipeline to pipeline layout, I don't know if that's the format, but we'll try. Did not work. Oh, I need the parent attachment. Clip attachment here. I guess this is the actual frame buffer one. Yeah, so there's no mask. Somehow we are just not rendering absolutely anything for the mask. Okay, now we have something. Hold on. So we do have this. Only red because it only writes components red, I guess. Yeah, okay, so it is rendering a mask into the other texture. What's going on here? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh no, yeah. It's not doing it. I don't get it! Why some masks just don't get rendered? I like... Oh, wait, hold on. I just realized something. This is clip set 0. That could be special. This is clip set 0. Is there something special about that? If this is a bug in WGPU, I'm gonna be really upset. Oh, I just realized something. I'm not setting this. I need to do that. Hold on. Oh no, that's because I'm doing the weird alpha thing here. Yeah, so it's black. Okay, well, the simple thing is do it on the web and see if it's any better here. No, it's still not red. So it's not an issue with like the Apple backend or anything. Is clipping working at all? Maybe clipping is entirely broken. Hold on. Maybe clipping is just completely broken. Let me add some more debug or something. Where's my call? No call. Make mask pipeline. Let's change it to the green so it's more obvious. Yeah, okay, so it's not... We're missing the green. Let's change the format to RGB 8 uniform. And oh, hold on. No, that's right. Mask value, clip position, XY. Huh? Huh? What's going on?
No, it's nothing.
Are you okay?
No, I just wondered when you're gonna be down.
Hopefully soon.
How's your back?
My back is okay.
Your back is okay.
Yes.
Are you sure you're
Yes.
okay with your back?
Yes, my back is okay. Yes, I'm almost done. Just let me fix this. I think I know. I think I might know what's going on.
Should I wait for you? Is that advisable?
Well, in 30 minutes it'll be 12 hours, which is the YouTube limit, so that's the absolute limit. I think I know what's going on though. I think the problem is that this is wrong. It's not clip position because we need to remap the position. The mask texture is getting rendered, but clip position is from like -1 to 1, and then it needs to be sampled from 1 to 0. It's being scaled wrong. So clip position, mask value. That's the right math here. It's like it's something like that. It might be Y inverted, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's probably Y inverted. Now, what are the units of clip position? Actually, the blitz shader that is an example in the GPU does something similar. And this one. Yeah, the position is supposed to be Y inverted. clip position dot x plus 1 divided by 2. And then y would be y divided by 2. Yeah, like that. That's still not working. But I messed around with a lot of stuff here that I shouldn't be messing around with. Let's just undo a bunch of things here. Still not right. I think I'm gonna use like the shader debug stuff or something. No, this is the one. Clip percentage is plus 1 divided by 2, then it's 1 minus clip percentage y. No, that's not, that can't be right. No, it is right. What am I doing? This has to be something really dumb that's wrong here, or I'm just hold on, am I rendering the mask right? It should be 1.0, yeah. It has to be this. I'm gonna do something a bit silly. I'm gonna render the whole model. And I'm gonna render the whole model clipped with that clipping mask. Okay, so that's nowhere apparently. What if I sample the clipping mask with the text chords instead, just to see if it does anything? No, that's not useful because of the top left. Is my clip position wrong? I mean, no, it's a built-in position, but I mean, we should have access to that. Okay, what about without inversion? No. Oh wait, the mouth. Oh yeah, but no. Do I have the sampler wrong, or am I not map? Is it bind group? Bind group? Is there something with the bind group wrong here? Wait, hold on. No, yes, create texture with height. Yes, okay. Is it this filterable thing? No. If we use a sampler, Um, shader frag. I think I'm gonna have to use the shader debug stuff. Texture binding, render attachment. Okay. Let me just make this really wide, just to see if the problem is that. If we do scale, Vic2, if I do 5.2. Yeah, there's nothing. There's really nothing there. Different clip set, still nothing. It's really, like, for some reason, just not getting anything for the clips. It could be the calling again. I think maybe I have more than one problem, and okay. Let me try something a little different here. Shader WSL, just to make sure that I'm not missing something. So everything transparent. Yeah, there's really nothing there. Now I'm doing something extremely silly. Something is very wrong here. So hold on. Did we say we said the clear stuff did work, right? If we clear to green 1, and then we use the green in the mask. Yeah, so the clearing works. So the sampling is sampling stuff, at least to some extent. There. Oh, wait, that's something. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. That's new. Okay, so Clipset 2 has something very weird in it. Wait, no, what? Clipset 4, what's going on with this? Huh? Okay, something is definitely weird. Clipset 4. What's Artmesh 148? I don't know. But something is definitely not doing what it's supposed to. So I do R and then to G. Yeah, okay, so it's rendering something onto that. Okay, so we're getting something from the clip set. But somehow, oh, interesting. And then if I... Huh? Trippy.